One. Sound check 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 6 minutes past 10, actually 7 minutes past 10, East African time. We are ready to kick off. We need to sit, settle, and be silent so that we start our program. Those who are watching us on YouTube, the handle is at GDCSRBS Kenya. Those who are joining us on Teams, you are all welcome. And those who have joined us physically at Midland Hotel Nakuru, all are most welcome. Mabibi na mabwana, karibuni kwenye sherehe yetu ya leo. Dakika 7 zimepita saa 4 za asubuhi saa ya Afrika Mashariki. Karibuni tujumuike pamoja. Our sign language interpreter will be joining us, Mr. Mugusu. I thought he was here. He'll be seated near us so that we also reach wider. The chair has given me an indication that we kick off. And by this, I think a program was distributed. Ladies and gentlemen, your moderator today will be me. My name is Paul Lomeri, Trustee, GDCSRBS. This is the 14th annual general meeting. On this Thursday, the 31st of July, 2025, we will start with item number 1, opening prayer, and thereafter I will ask the Trust Secretary, Trustee Charity Zeron, to come and make a brief welcoming remark to the members, and thereafter she'll read and ask we adopt the notice agenda for the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, Pastor Victor Jaoko is opening with a word of prayer. I believe at the end of the session we will have a closing prayer from our Muslim brothers. Pastor Jaoko, karibu.
Let us believe and pray. Maybe before I say the prayer, I'd like to bring your attention to a portion in the Bible, in the book of Matthew, chapter number 25, that talks about 10 virgins. And it says at that time, the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish and 5 were wise. The foolish ones took their lamps but did not take any oil with them. The wise ones, however, took oil in jars along with their lamps. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight, the cry rang out, "Here's a bridegroom, come out to meet him." Then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil, our lamps are going out." "No," they replied, "there may not be enough for both of us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves." But while they were on their way to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived. The virgins who were ready went in with him to the wedding banquet, and the door was shut. And so, it is very important that we always be prepared for the eventualities that come along in life. We will not always be young. We will not always have the opportunities that are open before us, but we should always work towards making sure that we are prepared for a time when we will not have the strength of the opportunities that we have right now. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we thank you. Even as we begin this meeting, we thank you, Lord, for the people that have put in a lot of effort to make this day a success. And we thank you, Lord, even for the membership, the people, oh God, who have made all this possible and for whom all this has been prepared. Father, as they continue working and as they also continue preparing for a day when they will not be able to work, we pray, Jehovah God, that you continue giving them wisdom on how to live their life. But Father God, above all, may they remember that a day is coming when they will be called even up to you in heaven. May they live their lives wisely knowing that they will not always be around and that one day they shall be put to account. We thank you and we bless you, for you are going to make this day a great success. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Pastor Victor Jaoko, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our Trust Secretary, Wakili Charity Zeron.
Good morning, members. My name is Charity Zeron, as I've been introduced by our Trustee Lomeri. Mine is to welcome us all. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome members who are present, those joining us virtually from various destinations, those in Paka, those in Menengai, those in Silali, Kapkerwa, and Team Nairobi. Karibuni sana to our 14th annual general meeting. And I would like to urge us to participate, participate fully. From those joining virtually, you are requested to share your comments and your concerns through the chat box. And those who are here, karibuni sana. And the scheme, the trustees are delighted that you have given us an opportunity to participate and to work together through our retirement journey to ensure that we give our members and everyone here a secure retirement. Karibuni sana. That is it from myself. And on to the next point, is the reading and adoption of our notice and agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our 14th annual general meeting of GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme that is held on 31st July 2025 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Midland Hotel, Nakuru. The following shall be the agenda items for the meeting. Karibuni sana. Karibuni. So we have dispensed with agenda number, item number 1, where we have had our opening prayers and welcoming of members to this AGM. In our midst, we have our service providers. We have NWealth, our administrator. They are present. We have our fund manager, Gen Africa. We have our auditor. They're also present. We have a representative from RBA, the trustees, and our entire membership. So agenda item number 2 is reading and adoption of notice, agenda of this meeting. This is what I am currently doing. Welcome, Mr. Mogusu, our only sign language, our certified sign language interpreter. You can join us. After the reading of this agenda, whatever I am handling right now, we will do introduction from trustees, service providers, and the regulator. That is an item that is going to take us about 15 minutes. This will be handled by our chair. We have remarks from the chair, Trustee Zablon Mlawasi. He's with us. We have remarks from the sponsor, and we will have a brief break to launch our scheme logo. And during that launch, immediately after the launch, we will break for tea. Tea will be served outside. Then we will take 15 minutes break. Thereafter, we will resume and we will have a reading and confirmation of minutes of the last AGM meeting for the financial year ending 31st December 2023. We will also have presentation. The next item will be presentation of audited report of the scheme for the financial year ended 31st December 2024 by UHY auditors. Then we will have remarks by service providers. We will have remarks given by the fund manager, the custodian, and the administrator. We will also have remarks by RBA, Retirement Benefit Authority. We will make disclosures on trustee remuneration. We will have none. Then we will have vote of thanks from our membership and the trustees. Then we will have closing prayers. This is it. I invite us to adopt the agenda as it is. Trustee Lomeri. Do we adopt the agenda as it is? Thank you.
Maybe you continue with the process.
Proposer of our agenda and a seconder. Let's get a proposer and a seconder.
Good morning.
Your name?
Good morning. I'm Raymond Mokirani. I propose.
Raymond Mokirani. Raymond Mokirani is proposing. A seconder?
Lenny Babu, I'm seconding.
Lenny Babu is seconding. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ray Mwakirani, Lenny Mbaabu. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our TS, Trustee Charity. I did not mention the other name. Wakili Charity Kapanat Zeron. A round of applause for her. Thanks so much. I think the next session, maybe I'd also like to thank those who have just come in. You have come on time and in good numbers. It is our day. And the next person that I'm just coming near him so that I see if he's ready is none other than the chair. You are going to introduce the trustees, service providers, and the regulator. Okay, representative. And then thereafter you'll make your remarks. So this is your time. Allow me to introduce the chair of the Board of Trustees, Mwenyekiti Zablon Mlawasi. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi. First make the introduction. They can be as brief as they can be. And then the time also to make your remarks will come in. I don't know where you will start from, but maybe trustees first, service providers, the regulator, and also representative of the sponsor if he is here, so that we get to know who is with us today. Huanjani wako mwenyekiti.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Karibuni sana. This is our 14th AGM as GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. And with us, we have 98% of the board of trustees. So I think I'll start with the trustees. Trustees, I'll kindly ask you to just stand in front here so that members can see you. Yeah, so I know they're not strangers to you, but I can just introduce them one by one. On the far end is Trustee Paul Lomeri. Trustee Paul Lomeri is one of our trustees who has been part and parcel of the planning of this AGM. together with his team. We'll mention that in detail later. Next to him is Trustee Jackie Wahungu. I know you know her for her monthly emails. Yeah, but she's also a trustee. Yes, next to Trustee Jackie is Katibu. Is a man who needs no introduction, really. Yeah, he's a man of the people. So he's here with us as well. We have Trustee Penina. Trustee Penina. Yeah, she's also part of us. She's a CPA. So pesa anatusaidia kuhesabu. Yes, we have Trustee Frederick Mayoga. He's a money guy, so he also helps us in making sure that the figures are correct. Yeah, if I run anything through him and he gives me an okay, I'm sure that we're doing the right thing. Then at the very end is Trustee Charity Zeron, who's also our trust secretary, who is also part and parcel of this board. So the only person missing from these members is Trustee Paul Ngugi, who did not make it today. Yeah, who also doubles up as our sponsor, who is our MD. So that is where we are. That is who we are. So trustees, you can take your seats. Thank you very much. I will also introduce the service providers. I'll start with the administrator. So everyone from NWealth, kindly stand up. Yes, we have 4 people from NWealth. That's Gift Oscar. I know you know Gift. Then you can turn so that people can see you. There's Gift. There's Milka. Milka is also part of NWealth. We work with the 2 of them closely. We also work with Neema. Neema is a lawyer. Yeah. Neema Kimathi is also part of NWealth. Then we have Viola, who's also a member, or rather a staff member of NWealth. So asanteni sana, you can have your seat. So NWealth are our administrators, and they're here to represent their entity. Yes, so next to that we have the fund manager, Duke Ochako. Duke Ochako, yeah, the good statements you guys are seeing are courtesy of Duke's maneuvering, and we're able to see some figures come in. So thank you, Gift. Thank you, Duke. Next is the auditor, is a man of the moment. I was telling him when he was coming in, if he missed this meeting, then tunge postponed. Watu wangekula tu tuambie tutawaita wakati mwingine. So that's the auditor. All of them will be coming in to speak more into detail about everything, the facts and figures. Then last but not least is our regulator. Sasa mdosi mwenyewe ako hapa. Bosco, kindly stand so that the members can see you. Yeah, so the regulator is here. All the questions that you want to ask the regulator, you can ask today as well. So the regulator is here. Thank you, Bosco, for attending. We missed you guys last time, but we are very grateful that you guys are here. So that is the team. There's a custodian. She's on her way. Yvonne is on her way. The moment she comes in, I think Trustee Lottery will introduce Yvonne. Then we'll be able to continue after that. Yes, so I think that's the introduction. I don't think I've missed anyone. So Trustee Lomeri, I go straight to the statement? All right. Give me a minute. The hard copies are being brought in. And maybe just to mention, we only printed a few copies of the annual report, but I believe everyone has a soft copy. So kindly, if you don't get hold of a hard copy, kindly refer to the soft copy that was sent. Soft copy that was sent. So, yeah, so I'll give my statement. Then we'll move from there. So let me read it verbatim in the interest of time. Members of the scheme, our regulator, service providers, my fellow trustees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this 14th annual general meeting of GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. Thank you for taking your time to join us so that we may reflect on the year and acknowledge the opportunities, challenges, risks, and return that shaped our journey during the financial year ended 31st December 2024. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to each one of you, members and service providers, for your continued trust, dedication, and collaborative spirit. The performance and sustainability of any scheme relies heavily on the collective efforts of all its stakeholders, and I'm proud of the strides we have made together so far. In 2024, the Kenyan economy showed signs of recovery. Inflation eased from 7.7% in 2023 to 4.5% in 2024, reaching a low of 2.8% in Q4 of 2024. The Kenya shilling stabilized at 129, thereabout, around 130, against the US dollar. Interest rates declined in the last quarter, influenced by the central bank's monetary policy. The Nairobi Securities Exchange rebounded with all major indices posting double-digit gains. This economic momentum contributed to a 28.59% growth. Maybe I'll need to indicate that it is gross. 28.59% growth in the fund's market value. On corporate governance, the board comprises 4 members, a 4-member elected and 4 sponsor-nominated trustees. That makes it a number of 8 trustees, all of whom have executed their fiduciary duties with independence and integrity. In 2024, we welcomed new trustees, Mr. Zablum Lawasi, who is myself, Mr. Frederick Mayoga, Ms. Jacqueline Wakungu, Ms. Charity Zeron, Ms. Penina Nyawera, and Mr. Paul Lomeri, following the end of terms for Mr. Benjamin Bugwa, Mr. Lambert Kimathi, and Ms. Irene Onyambu, and also Peter Kariuki, who is the immediate former chair. I can see you, former chair, seated there. Karibu sana. We thank the outgoing trustees for their service and welcome the new members with confidence in their dedication. Stakeholder engagement. We appreciate the continued support from our sponsor, GDC, Board of Directors and Management. Our collaboration with the Human Resource Department ensures a smooth transition for members into retirement. The board has maintained quarterly reporting to the sponsor to ensure transparency and accountability. During the year, 22 members were paid their benefits. Out of the 22, 11 members retired, therefore accessing all their dues, while 11 accessed partial benefits, that is up to 50% of the benefit of their fund. This resulted to a 1.94% member benefits withdrawal from the fund, whereas the RBA guidelines require that benefits are processed within 30 days. We managed to process these benefits within a asset growth. Our investment strategy emphasizes diversification to balance risk, return, and liquidity. especially considering our average member's age of 44. Our medium risk diversified portfolio includes government securities, equities, corporate bonds, and offshore mutual funds. This strategy has helped mitigate market volatility, and the board continues to explore new opportunities aligned with our long-term goals. To better serve our members, we launched the first edition of the member handbook, which you will be receiving very soon. We launched the first edition of the member handbook designed to enhance understanding of the scheme's operation. The trust deed and rules were reviewed to incorporate NSSF Tier 2 contribution starting this 2025. We're very hopeful. I know that's something that the members have really been asking for. We can assure you that we are at a very advanced stage as far as that is concerned. We also process to have an IDD within the scheme, so that even when you leave the when you retire, we can always still serve you as the scheme to manage your funds even as you enjoy retirement. Yes, income drawdown fund to support pensioners post-retirement. Through a member-centric approach, we continue to hold dear our values of accountability, excellence, creativity, and commitment. Final remarks. On behalf of the Board of Trustees, I extend our sincere gratitude to our members for their continued engagement and feedback. We also thank GDC Board of Directors, management, staff, and our service providers for their unwavering support. In the financial year 2025, our focus remains on growing the scheme's assets sustainably, enhancing member value, and ensuring the scheme is well positioned to meet future obligations. Further, the board remains committed to diligently preparing the scheme for both foreseeable and unforeseen future needs. This year's AGM theme, Structuring Efficiency for a Secure Tomorrow, underscores our focus on enhancing operational efficiency to better serve our members, our growing membership. We are also leveraging technology to deliver more personalized services and information to our members. Together, we are building a resilient and future-ready scheme that we will all be proud of. Let us continue to work together to strengthen the GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme brand for generations to come. Save, relax, and enjoy. Thank you, and God bless you. God bless GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Before you leave, before you take a seat, I would like you to introduce the representative of the sponsor. We already received apologies of Trustee Paul Ngugi. If a representative of the sponsor is here, I would like you maybe to mention or introduce them and welcome them to make their remarks.
Okay, so the sponsor, who is the MD, was invited. We didn't just plan this without having the MD in mind. So I'm asking if there's anyone here who has been sent by the sponsor to represent the sponsor to kindly come up. Is there anyone? Okay. All right. So with that said, I think we'll keep reaching out. Then we'll proceed, Trustee Lomeri, because it looks like there is no one who's representing the MD today.
Thank you, Chair. That is a confirmation. We, of course, have to recognize and mention it,
Yes.
for the interest of members who are not here is a very important player when it comes to the scheme.
Yes.
However, I will also ask you that we have other activities coming. For instance, the launch of our new brand, the scheme logo. We also would like to recognize the former trustees who served us diligently. I believe the plaques are here and ready.
Yes.
So before we go to the launch, before we go to the scheme launching and recognizing the trustees who will be recognized, it is also good to mention who, so that they prepare.
Okay.
And they come in. The technical team, the sound and visuals for the launch can take precedence. Of course, not the sounds, but visuals first. Ladies and gentlemen, we will count, perhaps from 10 we'll have a countdown. And once the logo is revealed, we will all rise and applaud for those who can. We do not have anything else to hide. The logos are also here, but we will make it formal. This is a new brand, new colors. We will give a speak to it.
Trustee Lumeri, if you allow me, you know you're the strong man today. I'll want to speak into those two things, our relationship with the sponsor and the logo that you're talking about.
Correct.
Because there have been some reactions from some of our members. Good morning once again. So maybe this is information that may be out there, but the truth is, as a scheme, we have a sponsor. Of course, because the sponsor set up the scheme, and they're the ones who give the lion's share of what we contribute. So we have endeavored to ensure that we continue updating, or rather visiting with a sponsor's report every quarter. And that has helped us work on a number of things, because even as we give that report, we also get feedback, which we now use to improve on what we are doing. And as you may know, the MD is also a former chair of this board. So there are words of wisdom that he'll always throw to us and guide us now that we are quite young people in the board. So there is a very good relationship between the board of trustees and the sponsor, given that the sponsor, or rather the MD, is also a trustee. So some of the things we present to him, he always understands. He knows that this is how this works. And one of the things he's been really pushing us is that we should have the IDD. He says he wants to be the first person to be paid through that IDD. So with that said, I think as much as we don't have anyone to represent the sponsor, that does not mean that there is any issue. Everything is well, and we'll continue to work together with GDC, even as a scheme. The second thing is we have received reactions about the new identity or the new branding of the scheme. I know it's new and people are taking time to accept it, but the truth is, if you check the peers, our peers in the market, Kenya Power Pension Scheme, KenGen, KRA, KPA, because those are the big boys in the industry, we crossed the 5 billion mark this year. So we are now regarded as a mega scheme. And we thought it is important that we have our own brand, so that as we go out there, we are not confused with the sponsor. Because we've had, like last time when we had the AGM, Waterback Hotel, who gave us a facility last time, we needed to write a letter and confirm that we are not GDC, so that at least they can give us, they can accept to give us credit, or rather we do the meeting, then we pay them later. So those are some of the things that we are trying to work on to iron out, so that we're able to stand on our own at some point. So kindly accept the branding that we've put up. Maybe we'll rebrand in the future and have something that is more inclusive as far as colors are concerned, according to what the members are saying. But this is not in protest. We are doing this so that we can have our own identity, so that we can have this particular entity, the GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme, be an entity that can stand on its own. So I thought I should make that clear. The colors we chose will be explained. I think Trustee Lomeri or Trustee Jackie will speak to it and give details of why we chose the colors we chose. It was quite a protracted discussion that we had to get to where we are. So the cat is out of the bag already, but we will still launch the logo. So I think with those few remarks, I needed to clear those things so that at least even as we move forward, all of us will be on the same page. So thank you very much for attending. Back to you, Trustee Lomeri.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The chair of the Board of Trustees, Trustee Zablon Mwakitele Mlewasi. I would like to ask Trustee Jackie to come and speak to it. But as she comes, we're going to have a countdown led by Trustee Jackie. Trustee Jackie will take lead of this. The technical team, I believe we are all ready.
Unanisikia? I'm always small with a small voice, but a big one in some way. I'm very happy and humbled to have all of you here present for this AGM. It's one of those meetings that is very crucial to us, especially here and as a new trustee or as a board. It was very important that we needed to have an identity, because most of the company. So the question is, what is GDC, the company, and GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme? So basically the logo is a visual identifier. It helps us to know. It's like when you want to know Jackie, somebody will say the Jackie who was in yellow and black. It's a badge for the scheme. So today, we want to humbly request that we need an identity. The other day we were talking to you guys and we were telling you we have reached 5 billion. 5 billion is not small money. That's a lot of investment. And it's not an investment from anywhere. It's an investment by you members who are represented here and those who are online in attendance, plus our deferred members, whom we really humbly appreciate. So then, how do they identify themselves? Now that we are having a group, remember, if you look at our biodata, you realize that majority of us are almost getting to the exit. Understand what I mean? Very soon, all of us are going to be 50 or 60 years, and we'll have to get out of GDC and be the senior citizens. But remember, there will be money that is left in the scheme. What is the identifier that we want? This morning, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow colleagues, members of the GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme, we are very humbled to give you an identifier. Today, we want you to walk out. If you have a pen, you can be able to identify yourself if it's a pen. Sorry, today we have water for the hotel. But in the near future and in our plans, as we grow the scheme, we want you to walk even with a brand and say, this is for my scheme, where my money is. We are not going to misuse your resources for the sake of doing a branding, but uniquely we want us to have that badge that you can proudly walk out and say, we are at 5 billion and I'm a member. So allow me to take this moment just to unveil this badge for the scheme, so that tomorrow and even from now henceforth, we can be able to identify. If you get your statement, I hope our administrators are watching here, that let that statement have a badge. Let's not just have papers and having anywhere. We want to have that badge so that you can say, I got a statement and this is even the logo, that this statement came from my retirement scheme. So I think in that moment, Chair, I think we want to just have that moment, that we unveil this law. You are saying I 1, 2, 3. I think I'll give you Lomeri because you are louder than me.
The countdown.
Members want to save, they want to relax, and they want to enjoy. I'll allow Trustee Paul just to speak in a few on the choice of colors, so that members can be able to understand where we are coming from, and we'll appreciate more input even as we go along. Thank you, members, so much.
A round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, before us is a logo that came in various colors and shades. Allow me to speak on the combination of colors, because as a scheme, as a board, we took time to deliberate and come up with a concept. But we have orange. Why we do not have green is, there are two things we were looking for. The orange represents energy, vitality, and optimism, which green could not give us. And blue represents trust, security, and professionalism. Of course, we also have a common denominator here, white, which is white to gray. So we retain 2 out of the 3 colors. Of course, we have gray, which is faded. But the reason why we also chose let me speak to the symbol. Take me back here, please. When you look at the logo, for instance, at this point, there are 2 old people. One is male, one is a lady. This is male with a cap. This is a lady with a pony, sort of. But there is a shield, which means protection. And this walking stick means old age. So I just wanted to speak into it so that we get the meaning as we celebrate a brand. There is a reason why we have to have an identity. Most of the time, no one could separate the scheme from the sponsor. That is why when you are looking for your statements, at times you go to HR rather than going to the right people. So there is a need for our scheme to have an identity. It does not mean we are running away, but our sponsor remains a key partner. Again, there is sponsor in the writing, GDC. So this is scheme, staff, retirement benefit scheme. But we said if we make it longer, we'll have to have the catchy phrase GDC at the beginning. So we did not divert so much from the logo, but actually we retain the essentials in it. Ladies and gentlemen, save, relax, enjoy is the tagline that we have all to celebrate. Let us all say, save, relax, enjoy. Save, relax, enjoy. There is, hapa kuna kazi. Before you enjoy, you save. AVC, toa pesa. And then for us to run our scheme, we have to all play together so that we relax. At times you can save and you don't get sleep. Save, relax, so that in the future we enjoy. Lastly, the tagline is that what we have said. Let us have it. There's also something that is important I mentioned today. Since 2011, hii scheme yetu haikuwa hata na muhuri. I want you to reason. There's nothing that I'm raising. I'm saying hatukuwa na identity, hatukuwa na logo, because ni muhuri gani tungeunda, ni ile ya GDC ama ni gani. So today, we also have a lot of media that came alongside this design. We have letterhead. Barua zetu zitakuwa na letterhead. We have a rubber stamp ya scheme, because barua zetu zilikuwa zinaandikwa na mtu yote. Si ni Times New Roman na una print. Hiyo ni scheme. So we want to have an identity. When we want to establish a secretariat and an office, there are essential things you must have. In your villages, assistant chief wako na muhuri kwa bag, so that we authenticate where information is coming from and how it is going out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. We may not have time, Chair and members, to launch a website because of interest of time. But as we are speaking, we are on an active phase. In the next few days, we will unveil to you a new website, www.gdcsrbs.co.ke. In this generation, you cannot have a brand. You cannot say you are transparent without opening windows. And the best way to link you to social media, to link you to the portals and other service providers, is by having a website. We have taken time, sleepless night, to come up with the design. And in the next few days, in maybe less than a week, we will be sharing the new website, so that you can join and interact with it, and of course you make your comments. Up to that point, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ask if Chair is ready for the presentation of the gifts, so that we'll take an health break. The health break will last for 15 minutes. I hope the team, Trustee Chris, I hope the team is ready outside. Thank you, Trustee Penina. Uko chonjo kabisa. Now, Chair, are we ready? Or we do it after, so that we save on time? Are we ready with the... It's just a request and another maybe announcement. As we go out, we have a loan where we thought it would be good we have a group photo together. This event is also live. We have to notify you that it's live on YouTube and of course on Teams, so that in case someone has an issue, you can also raise. We are talking about data protection of late. You are allowed to take a note that you wish that your image is not used in scheme materials, particularly the still photographs. Kama hutapenda picha yako itumike in future, feel free, drop us a note. We do not want to put a disclaimer there because it's a live event. First you come in, but if you do not want your image to be used in the future in scheme materials, particularly the print media, kindly you are allowed to give that in writing, and then we will of course respect that when we are distributing materials. One of our service providers just arrived, the Custodian. Salimia wevia watu tu. Yes, that is a service provider from the Co-op Bank, Yvonne. You're most welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, we take a break. I need to get the team. Are we ready for the photo? We are not ready. So we are breaking for tea for 15 minutes, and we will be back here to read and confirm the minutes of the last AGM. And thereafter, we will have a presentation by the auditor, the audit report. That is the key event we are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, right now it is 3 minutes to 11. We are 3 minutes ahead. We can come here 3 minutes early by 11:12. Those who have not gotten water, writing materials, I think the hotel are looking into it. The washrooms are just by the entrance. Anything? Yes, the photo indicating that we give them 5 minutes. I know they did not expect this. We are rushing with time. Photo, are we ready? Yes, we will proceed to the lawn. We will have our banners. These are drop pull banners on our sides. Outside, when you are coming in, there is a media banner so that our brand is visible. Let's all go to the lawn and we take a group photo together.
the risk, although no conclusion.
So I'll be issuing this to Trustee Lambert Kimathi. While at it, anyone who is representing Trustee Benjamin Bugwa can come up. And anyone who's representing Trustee Irene Onyambo, please, can also come up so that we finish quickly. Thank you.
Na tuweke makofi pia kidogo. Nice. Thank you.
Trustee Lambert Kimathi served up to the very end of his tenure. He was on the on the evaluation committee as we procured our actuary. So he served to his last day, and we really appreciate that. Anyone here on behalf of Trustee Irene Onyambo, or anyone who can pick for her? Anyone?
Thank you. The next trustee who served is Evans Arabia. Somebody on behalf of Evans Arabia. Okay. We have Trustee Benjamin Mbugwa. Name Benjamin Mbugwa. Somebody to pick for Benjamin Mbugwa. Hey.
Thank you, Lenny.
The next trustee we are having is Peter Nganga Kariuki. Peter Kariuki is the immediate former chair of the board, served with a lot of diligence, and unajua chair anaongea na chair mwenzake. Thank you, Chair. We recognize your leadership at that time, and God bless you. We recognize your leadership. The next one is Trustee. He was a trustee with us, but we recognize as a board the work that he did during his tenure. That is Trustee Michael Opio. Somebody can pick on his behalf. Michael Opio. We have a trustee who also served as a board chair. I want to invite Trustee Jackie. to pick on behalf of Godfrey Sichama.
By the number of retiring members, and the board was committed to ensure the investments were structured in a manner that balanced growth. A member requested access to the scheme policies. The chairperson clarified that these were within the Retirement Benefits Act and subsidiary legislation, which were publicly accessible. However, they would share a link. There was a remark by the sponsor representative at minute 5. This was presented by Mr. Paul Ngugi. He welcomed members to the meeting and noted the milestones the scheme had achieved through the years. He concluded his speech by encouraging members to actively participate in the growth of the scheme and the pension through AVCs as well as PRMF. Then we had minute 6, confirmation of the minutes of the previous AGM, which was held on 14th December 2023. The same were adopted after being proposed by Bernard Kosgei and seconded by Bernard Finch. Then we had the audited accounts at minute 7 by UHY Kenya, presented by Mr. Daniel Kabiru, and it was in their opinion that the accompanying financial statements gave a true and fair view of the scheme's net assets available for benefits as at 31st December 2023, and of the changes in net assets, national financial reporting standards, and requirements of the Retirement Benefits Act. Then there was a presentation by the fund manager, that is Gen Africa, presented by Mr. Duke Ochako, who gave their role and a review of the macroeconomic trustee-related costs, but also statutory pay.
To have this opportunity to welcome our scheme auditor, CPA Daniel Kabiru, to just take us through what has happened in the scheme and how the scheme is performing. Because this is the only way we can know whether we are compliant or whether we are departing from the best practices. Maybe we can just do a round of applause, because this is the moment for this AGM. CPA Kabiru, karibu sana. It's your moment. You are the man of the day. These members are waiting on you. Those ones online are waiting on you. They are waiting to hear how their funds have been managed in the year. Thank you so much, Karim.
Thank you. Board of Trustees, Chair, members, fellow service providers. It's actually almost 5 minutes to. So good morning, good afternoon. Maybe my presentation can be put up. I don't know if it's... as has been introduced, my name is CPA Daniel Kabiru. I'm the auditor of the scheme and a partner at UHY. So I stand here as the auditor, and our responsibility as the auditors is to give an opinion on the numbers that have been prepared by the Board of Trustees, and this is a delegated responsibility to the administrators. So we work very closely with the administrator, and the accountant are the administrators. I go through the numbers. I ensure that the numbers are prepared in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standards, what we call IFRSs. Number two, I confirm that the reports are also prepared in accordance with the RBA Act. So as we do conduct our audit, we are guided by international standards on auditing. Thank you. I don't know if my slide will be coming up and shared. So, but, however, I do appreciate that the Board of Trustees have prepared a very beautiful set of annual financial statements, which highlights what we have in our interest. On that financial report, I would like us to go to page number 6. On this set of financial statements, and it talks on the financial review, it highlights a summary of the performance of or negative. So during that period, the return in 2024 was 923 million. However, there was a bond valuation and its book value positive of 261 million. Members, in compliance with that circular, that amount is not credited to your account, and it is held as a reserve. And what was distributed to members was 662 million. So that bond valuation, but if you look at the previous period, you notice that there was a bond value of 184. That was a negative book valuation. So what it means is that during that period, you were credited with that amount. However, during the current period, 261 million is not credited, and it will be held as a reserve.
CPA.
So the net return...
Sorry, CPA.
Yes.
Maybe you will cite pages. Page number 6, technical team.
That is page number 4, so we can move to the next page.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a few copies doing rounds. We did not print a lot of copies. We printed a few, which will be availed at your respective libraries and offices. You know, we are going digital, so we only made, we're reducing on the paper, but a few will be availed at your several regional offices. But the few that we have circulated is at least you have a feel of it, and maybe for the few who can have it. So we already know that we have the soft copies, but these copies will be available at each floor, in Polo, in Kawi, and of course in North Rift. Thank you.
Okay, that's okay. If you can scroll down, because that's what is projected is page number 4. Okay, just scroll down. Yeah. Yeah, just proceed. Okay, yes, yeah. Just go up slightly. Slightly. Yes, there. So if you look at the screen, you see that the net return on the investments during the period was 923 million. However, we do have what we call a book valuation or unrealized gain on the bonds. In total was 261 million. So this amount will not be credited to members' balances. So what is distributed is 662 million. Scroll up a bit. So the very last, no, the other direction. The other direction. So yes, you've gone too far. Slightly, still on the same. I wanted to read the last paragraph, just go, yes. So the net return, which was credited to members, was 19% of the held to maturity on bonds. So however, as we are aware, we do have what we call two portions of the scheme. We have the registered portion. Registered portions means any contributions that was done during that period below 20,000 sits under the registered schemes. Anything above that sits under the unregistered scheme. However, that rate was changed, and currently it was increased to 30,000. So for members, for the registered portion of the scheme, members' accounts were credited with 19.75. And the unregistered, we can go straight to That is page number 32. We will scroll. We will just scroll down a bit. Yeah, just continue. There'll be, it's 2 pages after that. Okay, just scroll up a bit so that we're able to see the numbers. So what is projected is referred to the statement of net assets available for benefits. In accounting term, we call it profit and loss. So this report looks at the performance during the period. The first item we have is contribution. So because of that valuation, we do have, in the previous period, we did have a change in fair value, which is a book loss of positive 475. So if you look at the spread from the negative to the positive, you realize that there is a movement of 859. Mean expenses during the period, we can see there is an increase in admin expenses, cumulative. This is the tax that I've mentioned on the members on the portion of unregistered scheme. So that those ones will be subjected to tax of 25 million. In the previous period was 18 million. So the net return on investment was 923 million, which if we add with the dealing with members, we can see that the fund increased by 1,087 million, which represents 33%. So that is a very good increase in fund value. The next report that I'm going to go through, next page, in accounting terms, we refer it to the balance sheet. Just move to the next page. Yeah, just move up still. Yeah, just move up. So this report looks at a snapshot of all the investment, all the liabilities of the scheme during the period. And the first portion, we have the investments that are held by the scheme, and these are administered by the fund manager. So if you look at, in terms of value, we can see there is under government securities, we can see an increase from 2.4 billion to 3.7, representing an increase on 41%. But in terms of overall weight of investment, it represents 77.
normal curve that is presented. Is it yellow or orange? It's orange, eh? So being the upper limit by central bank, which is 10.5, it was below it. We did actually touch a low of 2.7 during the year, but on average we closed at around 4.5, which was really good in terms of the price of goods and services. And interest rates, next slide. We did see the yield curve more or less shift downwards across all tenures. So the blue line being the line for 2023, the maroon or red line being for December 2024. What this basically shows you is that, yes, interest rates were coming down, but your bond portfolio really had a very positive impact in terms of revaluation gains. So in previous years, we have been having the yield curve more or less shifting upwards, and we did have that negative revaluation on bonds. So there was a very positive impact, and that's why I used to nearly a billion shillings. Under local and offshore investments, again, the local market did post very strong performance, 34.1% year on year. Again, this was mainly being driven by investor sentiments being stable, currency more or less stabilizing through the year, and very robust corporate earnings. And we did expect dividend earnings to flow over into 2025, so investors were really trying to chase the low pricing so that they can lock in the gains in 2025. On the global scene, also the global markets did post a positive performance of 17% year on year, again fueled by the optimism around monetary easing around the globe, as well as the global economy recovering. I'll jump into the investment report. Again, we might have some slight differences between me, the auditor, and the custodian. And from where I sit, I only deal with financial assets and some bit of receivables from dividends. But as at end of December 2024, the assets that we were managing were at 4.4 billion, an increase from 3.3 billion in the previous year. And 72% of that was invested in government bonds. 15% of that was invested in local quoted equities. Treasury bills at 5.27, offshore investments at 4.76, fixed deposits at 1.79, and cash and call at 0.62, and a marginal allocation to corporate bonds at 0.13. So the fund is well invested and well diversified, and approaching more or less a conservatory approach due to the fact that the scheme wants to reduce volatility. And next slide, in terms of summary evaluation, this is just a quick summary of maybe what the auditor has indicated in terms of his numbers. So we did open the year with 3.3 trillion, received contributions and transfers in of 291 million. We did have withdrawals and expenses of 141 million. We did have that investment growth of 984 million. And remember, my number is gross, so the auditor will tend to more or less remove expenses as well as taxes. And thus we closed the year with 4.441 billion shillings. That return, in terms of time weighted, remember there was two types of returns, so we'll be giving to you members. One being mark to market. Mark to market basically means we are valuing every securities as per their value as at end of December. So as at end of December, the return that you could have gotten would have been 29.27, but due to the fact that we are not distributing unrealized gain from treasury bonds, due to the yield curve shift downwards, that return declined to around 19.61. And this is gross, so whatever that you are going to receive in your statement is more or less net. Again, just comparing the market and the scheme in terms of performance, the market was around 27.7% return, while your scheme was doing 29.27. Your one-year return was mainly being attributed to these asset classes. Equities gave us a return of 54.76 last year, compared to the benchmark return of 35.75. Fixed income gave us a return of 26.78, benchmark at 28.54. Offshore gave us a positive return of 3.04, benchmark at a negative 3.32. The overall performance was at around 29.27, benchmark at 27.57. Looking at the 15-year annualized return, for the last 15 years, your scheme return has an average return of 10.24. Your assets have grown in terms of value from 13 million in 2010, next slide, to where we currently sit at 4.4 billion shillings as at end of December. Again, one might ask, what is the contributor for that return? The next slide will more or less show you that. In terms of net contribution versus investment growth. So over time, it has been contribution being the biggest factor in terms of that growth. But as at end of December 2024, investment growth surpassed your contribution. So as we currently speak, 2.3 billion shillings is mainly being attributed to investment income to your scheme, while your contributions are only 2 billion shillings. So our target is to move that maroon or red line to probably 70% and 30% being contribution, so that, again, members can go home with a decent return. I will end my presentation and look at the outlook for this year. How is 2025 looking like? Again, on the GDP side, we do expect the economy to continue more or less recovering from the slump for last year, and we do project a GDP growth of 5 to 5.3%, again being supported by the agricultural sector and also the services sector. Inflation, we do forecast a very stable inflationary number. Again, with low disposable income, we do expect inflation to be well below 7.5%. Interest rates, we do expect them to continue declining. Again, this is on the back of government policy around cutting back on interest rates, as well as reducing domestic debt. But again, as we head to an election year in 2027, that might change and interest rates might start going up. On exchange rates, the shilling more or less did appreciate a lot last year. So we do expect the shilling to more or less become a little bit stable this year, ranging between 129 to 131. Again, we do have enough reserves currently as we speak at around 4.7 months of import cover. That should be sufficient enough to cover for any short-term volatility. Regards to the stock market, we do expect the stock market to continue the positive momentum we saw in the first quarter of 2025. Again, mainly being driven by strong earnings as well as monetary policy, which continues to ease. However, we do put some caution around geopolitical risks as well as local risks around social unrest. On the offshore markets, also we do project growth, mainly being supported by easing inflation, mainly in the US. Again, the reason why we concentrate on the US is where our funds are domiciled. Again, monetary policy has the indication that they will cut rates also this year. Again, the global forecast is a growth of around 3.2%. So we do expect the offshore market also give us a positive performance in the year 2025. And with that, I will end my presentation and I will wait for the question and answer session to respond, if any. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bwana Duke Oshako, Gen Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Penina is our trustee, Trustee Penina Weru. He's here to introduce our custodian. Our custodian, you will need 5 or 4 minutes. Yeah, she's asking for bargaining for 4 minutes. I'll give you 5, Yvonne. But if you can do under that, okay? That is the cooperative bank. And next will be administrator, technical team. Let's have the slides for cooperative bank showing. And next will be our administrator and wealth financial services. Prepare the slides. To introduce the the custodian is none other than Trustee Penina.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mko salama? So far, so good. Simaneno iko sawa? So all protocol observed. Dear members, kindly join me in giving Ms. Yvonne Otieno, our very own custodian representative from Corp Bank, a warm and a hearty welcome. Karibu, Ms. Otieno.
Good afternoon, members. It's a pleasure to be here, and on behalf of the Cooperative Bank, we'd first of all like to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to serve your scheme. And as I wait for our report to be projected, we as a bank appreciate you as GDC Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme, and we look forward to a continued and good working relationship, as I'll be able to start and give you an overview of what is our role, what does the bank do. And I do assume and hope that some of you are account holders with us at the bank and also are members of cooperative societies, and we do look forward to continue working together. Thank you very much. Thank you. So this is the Cooperative Bank custodial presentation for the Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. I'll proceed to the page 2 that just gives you an overview of what we do as a bank. Who is the Cooperative Bank? So just in brief, the Cooperative Bank is set in the 1960s, so you can imagine how old we are as a bank. Our origin is traced to the 1960s during the peak of the cooperative movement, and that's why I was saying that I do hope that quite a number of you are members of the cooperative movement. And we were formed between 1966 to 1968, so you can imagine how old we are, but not me. So also we're listed on the NSC, we listed on the year 2008, and the majority ownership is 64.56%, which is fully owned by cooperative societies, and the balance of the shares by individual shareholders. So this is just basically an overview of what we do as a bank, and now I'll proceed to our role as a custodian. That's on page 3, slide 3. So I do believe, members, that you have also been attending our member trainings. So as we go on, you'll be able to engage us further. So what do we do as a custodian? We have bank accounts in place in the name of the scheme, where we receive and keep the scheme's financial assets. We have safes and strong rooms for physical documents of title. That means if there were title deeds for property or land in the name of the scheme, we'd keep that safely. And all proper investment instructions received from the fund manager are settled promptly. So anytime an investment is done, we as the custodian effect the instructions. C, also proper records of books and records of accounts are kept, and the same is availed to designated auditors, that is annually, of which we do with the current auditor UHY. And also all the scheme's realized income, that is dividends, interest, coupons, are received in a timely manner and accurately posted into the scheme accounts. And we also submit comprehensive investment and cash movement reports to the trustees. This is done quarterly. And finally, we ensure that benefit payments in favor of exiting members is processed promptly. So this is just a highlight of our role of what we do, that is the safekeeping, where we register and service the assets on behalf of the scheme. Also trade settlement, buying and selling of investments on behalf of the scheme. This is based on the fund manager instructions. And then we also keep central depository accounts, that is CDS accounts, that is for the equities that you hold. And also corporate actions where we receive dividends, interest, profits, and rent on behalf of the scheme. And also reconciliation and reporting, like now we're doing a reporting to the members on the assets under custody. So finally, as a custodian, you know we don't talk much, we just speak numbers. So I'll be able to give you a highlight of the assets under custody as at 31st December, which is on slide 5. So under cash, we held 22,401,637.59. That was under cash. Under deposits, we held 83,592,277.52. Under treasury bonds, we held 3,203,203,253,203 257,283.27. Under treasury bills, we held 233,527,822.97. Under corporate bonds, we held 5,852,488.51. Under the local equities, we held 680,599,092.82. And under the offshore funds, we held 211,492,950.50. And the total asset under custody as at 31st December 2024 was 4,440,723,553.18. And that is the end of the custody report, and we'll be able to take questions at the end. Thank you, members.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Next is Trustee Chris to welcome our administrator. Because of the technical hitch, Yvonne, you've taken 7 minutes. 5 minutes is the promise. Well done. Yes, as we progress, Trustee Chris is ready to introduce the administrator. But just for the sake of those who have joined us, kindly we have washrooms, gents, and those other places. Others call it Mali wazee wanaenda kusalimia wajomba. Just by the entry, we didn't tell you that in advance. Again, there is a list going around for Midland Hotel. Trustee Penina is there. Kindly make sure that you sign on it. We already have cards here for the meal, but I think it should tally with the number on the form. And lastly, for those who are asking for the Wi-Fi password, the Wi-Fi is ballroom. Since 1906 is the password. Ballroom since 1906, small fonts. Next slide will be for the administrator and Wealth Financial Services. And to welcome the administrator, we are giving 5 minutes to you, Brother Gift. Are you okay with 5? Or you want to make it 3? Ladies and gentlemen, Trustee Chris.
Thank you, Trustee Paul. Good afternoon, members. My name is Chris Okinda, and mine is just brief to introduce the admin. As at the year we are looking at, I chaired the Admin and Governance Committee. And if you allow me, I'll request the members of Admin and Governance just to stand up and wave. Admin and Governance Committee members. Yeah, it's a very balanced committee. I have the Chair for Finance and Investment, the money bags, Trustee Fred, I have the TS. So when she's in my committee, I am the chair. She listens. And I have Bingwa, Trustee Lomeri, who is also in audit and risk. So thank you. Allow me to introduce the admin team. Our administrator is Wealth Financial Services. They have been with us since March 2022, and they're the people who hold and manage most of our data. I want to request anybody from Wealth to stand up, please, so that you are seen. I know Gift will not give you the privilege to be known. And so from this side, we have Madam Sanga. Thank you. We have the legal mind, Neema Kimathi. We call her the Gen Z. Wave to the team. And we have Milka. We call her Milka Mayoga, but she's Milka Mugaya. And importantly, we have the big man in the house. His name is Gift Mbeja. Thank you, you can be seated. Gift Mbeja is the account admin, but as he comes, I want to assure you that this team has done a very good job with my committee that I chaired at that time and the board, where now, as you can see, you are getting the historical data. The historical statements are streaming in every now and then. I think now we are at the year 2024. It is work of this board, the committee and the admin that has worked on that. And now we are certain that most of our data are safe with us, and we look forward to even moving forward with the approval of the board, such that we have our data internally as the board, not with the admin also. We will have a copy of the data of our members, such that we are able to see and even tuingie kwa server. Otherwise, allow me to welcome Ndugu Gift Mbeja to come and present. Trustee Paul gave you 3 minutes. I'm giving you an allowance of 2 to make it 5. If you make it 6, we go for lunch. Karibu. Let us welcome Gift as he comes to present. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. You know, Christopher Angolo comes from the Lakeside, and we know people from Lakeside, they normally have their own vocabularies, so he has warned me not to ensure that I do not outshine him in my vocabulary. So I'll try my best, the chair, for the admin committee. Our MC, Trustee Paul, I'll request you add me 1 minute because there is a technical hitch on my presentation as they set it to come the screen. That's fine. Sure. You will use it. All right, so as they set up, my name is Gift Oscar, and my team has already been introduced, so I don't need to introduce them once more. Enoth Financial Services is one of the many registered financial institutions in the country. We do pension, we do insurance, we do training, we do investment as well. And we've been in existence for the last about 14 years. Our journey started sometimes in 2012. And as of today, we administer institutions, corporate institutions, in excess of 200. That includes private sectors, government institutions. Oh, thank you. My presentation is finally here. So we administer many institutions, including government parastatals like now GDC, the Public Service Commission, National Police Service Commission, and that kind of institutions. We handle assets as at today in excess of 95 billion Kenyan shilling. Next, just move until you get the tables. Just move forward. Just continue. All right. So, members, I'm just going to talk on the governance of the scheme. As far as compliance is concerned. And so this just to help you understand where we stand as a scheme in terms of compliance and also the documentation in terms of governance. And again, this just to confirm to you as members, just in case maybe you have worries what's happening in place for all the parties that are involved in the running and management of the scheme. And part of the legal documents that guides the investment manager to invest is a document we call the investment policy statement, which is actually drafted to be able to guide how the investments of the scheme are going to be done. But again, remember that the fund manager, the trustees do not go in a room and sit down and decide the way they want. They are also guided. So we have a document that is designed by an actuary who guides based on the portfolio and the profile of the scheme in terms of how the investments will be placed. The trustees in office have also been able to execute a deed of appointment. So we normally have a document called the deed of appointment and removal of trustees, which must document which trustee is in the office, which term they are serving, and when they came into the office, and which trustee is leaving office, and when are they leaving. Again, just for your comfort, members, as I earlier mentioned, that the trustees work within a very strict governance framework. We have scheme policies, which guides the board. And we have actually about 10 to 11 policies that guides how the scheme is run and managed. Move to the next slide, please. Again, just to confirm to you members that we have been processing benefits for the members who have been leaving GDC, both on early exit. Early exit, that means that you leave the scheme before you attain the early retirement age of 50. And as Chair mentioned in his speech, that we have actually managed to have all these benefits processed within an average duration of 14 days. I know most of us, we come from backgrounds where you used to hear about pension, then you get tired because you know that is 10 years of following up on pension. I think we've been able to convert that narrative within this particular scheme, and benefits have been paid within an average time frame of 14 days. So the law requires that annual general meeting be done within at least 12 months from the end of the financial year. Again, just to confirm to you that that is exactly what we are doing. Trustees head up to 31st of December to do this meeting. But again, as Trustee Paul mentioned, is that we endeavor this time that let's have the AGM early when the numbers are still fresh and members are able to actually interact adequately with the numbers. So we have also audit, which has normally a due date of that 1st of March, and that is compliant. So I know annual general meeting, it is written scheduled because this presentation was made before today. So we had to say scheduled, but it is also compliant. You can be able to access your member statements, and I know that we've been dispatching your statements on email from the inception of the scheme in 2010 to date. So again, there is a form out there which all the members, you'll be able actually to go and just confirm that you have received all your statements from 2010 to date. So if you joined the scheme in 2013, 2014, 2015, you should be able actually to have received the statement from the first month you started contributing to date. Again, our trustees are here. So in case there is any issue, they will give you a form out there which you'll be able to document what the challenge is so that the trustees can take some considerable time to look into the issues. Move to the next slide. So RBA levy has been settled, and I know the regulator will confirm that position when he stands to speak. The taxation has also been settled, and the audited financials also were filed with the regulator. Move to the next slide. Another, yes. So these again just for your comfort, members, that all the 8 trustees of your scheme are actually certified. So trustees normally go through a mandatory 1-week rigorous training, which they do exams. And Trustee, the chair was telling me that he went for this session in Mombasa, but he didn't realize that he was in Mombasa because of the weight of the curriculum. So just to confirm to you that again, all the board members have been able to be trained and certified, and that's why they are holding the offices that they are holding. That program is called Trustee Development Program of Kenya. It is administered by the College of Insurance, so we abbreviate it as TDPK. I don't know that there is any other slide remaining. Next slide. All right. Yeah, so that is the end of my presentation. And I believe that members, you've been able to, again, just gain knowledge in terms of what happens in terms of governance of the scheme. I know that you're going to have a session to be able to answer, to ask questions and seek clarification. Over to you, MC.
Brother, give too many surprise. Umemaliza bwana haraka haraka. Well done. It is exactly 1 p.m., that in 00 hours. We are behind schedule by 30 minutes. We are going to recover that. But allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Chair, Trustee Zablon, to welcome Retirement Benefit Authority. Most of our members, and with you fear, it's just like the government inspector, those who read Nicholas Gogol, the government inspector, those days. Tunaenda AGM ya RBA, hii ni ya GDCSRBS. Take this time and the pleasure.
All right.
And welcome our regulator.
All right.
But before we do that, we only have one agenda. I'm not giving no limit to the regulator. He is our guest.
Oh, yeah.
But again, if we have a representative from the sponsor, remember that we will slot time.
Okay.
If someone has been sent by our dear CEO with a speech, we are not locking them out. GDC remains the key partner. And later we only have one agenda, ladies and gentlemen. Trustee, karibisha RBA.
Asante sana. Thank you, Trustee Lomeri, for this opportunity. You know, Trustee Lomeri, the first thing I started with is adjusting the microphone for Bosco because he's a tall man. Yeah, but be that as it may, I think I've been sitting there, and what I've noticed, I was telling Bosco when he came in, last year we didn't see him in our AGM, but the sponsor was there. So this year amekuja, sponsor amepotea. Sasa, we need to do some work. Tukae na wote wawili chini, then we see how to move forward. So I think before the RBA representative comes in, I'll just give a few highlights of where we are. And he'll come in and confirm or deny what I'm saying. We are at 5.14 billion as per last quarter. So you saw the figures that Duke presented. We were at 4.4 in December. Yeah, so we've hit 5.14 as per the last quarter that ended in June. So we're moving forward. Progress is good. As for those who work with figures, they know about the simple interest curve and compound interest curve. At some point, there's a departure. So we're exactly at that point where there's a departure between the simple and the compound, because for the first time this past year, as Duke presented, the contributions were surpassed by the income. So I think that's a good point to clap because we have made great progress. I'll also mention that our committees are actively in place. Before we meet for our quarter meeting, we always have, especially the Finance and Investment Committee, go through the figures, and even the admin and governance, and even the risk and audit. You know, one thing, I didn't intend to mention this, but I was co-opted into the first ever risk and audit committee meeting of this scheme. And we had to do it because risk and audit is important. And I think they've had 2 meetings so far, and the progress is good. So over and above that, I know there are issues of NSSF Tier 1. I'm not preempting the questions, but I think it's important I mention this. NSSF Tier 1, then there's NSSF Tier 2, which now we are working towards having the scheme get registered to be able to receive those monies as an opted out scheme. So we are making progress. I know we have taken some time, but we had focused on this AGM. After the AGM, we'll continue knocking doors to ensure that this is implemented. Hold us to account. The next time we meet, we'll have this implemented, and it will be going on as per that time. The fourth thing, the only 5, there were less than 30 remunerated meetings in 2024. I know a lot of debate has gone into this. The regulator is coming in. He'll confirm this. You have the booklets. You can count on your own. You can ask the questions. But the meeting were, I think, 26 or 27, thereabout. Of importance to note is that we came in June. June is the middle of the year. So, Trustee Kariuki, you know, me and you were co-chairs in 2024. So, if we are to discuss this matter, I know it will come up during the questions, me and you will stand here, then the rest of the members will ask questions. Sio ni sawa? Sawa. On legacy data, the data that was missing, I can confirm, as per this morning, members have received all their statements from 2010 to 2024. As I finish and welcome Bosco from RBA, there's a member who called one of us and asked us, kwani munauza mihadarati? What is this I'm seeing in my statement as income? Mambo ni mazuri. Tukianza kurudi Misri, tutaharibu kazi. Let's be sober. With those few remarks, I welcome Bosco from RBA. Makofi kwake as he comes. Huyu angesema hii mkutano isifanyike, ingefanyika. So I really respect him. Karibu Bosco.
Salamu alaikum. Hamjambo. Bwana asifiwe. You know, I was so happy when the chair was here, and I think Lomeri is also a very wise MC. Alimweka because I was smiling. Before you even made your comment, I was like, I don't have to adjust that mic. And I'm not talking about us, so don't worry. It's an honor to be with you today. And Lomeri, sorry, I'll keep referring to you. What you didn't know, but I'm telling you so that next time you can practice, this is the only place where you can regulate the regulator. So you will have given me 5 minutes and I'll have taken 5 minutes and sat down. But since you didn't do that, members, allow me to take my time here last year, na this year, alafu na sponsor. But I know it's lunchtime, don't worry. So I'll keep to the time I respect. And I like as one to appreciate the sponsor. Makofi kwa sponsor. Ndawaambia ni kwa nini. You know, in Kenya you have to tell people to applaud you first before you tell them the reason. Wakirusha mawe ushapewa, hata mngenipea kwanza standing ovation alafu niendelee. One, it's because we are here today. It's a Friday. I mean, it's a Thursday, right? We would be somewhere drilling, you know, a workplace, but he has allowed us to come and look at our future. Do you know this is your future? So this future is what we're preserving. This future is what we're looking at today. And I'm also happy at the turnout for this forum. Thank you for taking the interest. I hope it's not because of the letter you wrote to me and then you knew I would be here, so you want an answer. But I'll still give you an answer. Yeah. And at this juncture, I'd like to say, Chair, I am not sure whether I'm giving remarks, whether I'm giving a speech, or whether I'll give a presentation. So members will allow me nitapeana zote tatu. I'll start by comment just a little on when I was listening to the chair's remarks. Something caught my attention, and I have to speak it before I lose it. That those who exited for, I don't know if they're greener pastures outside GDC. Some of us have always wanted to come to GDC, mnatunyima kazi. But they exited and they took 50%. For me, that is a cause of honor. When you exit, kindly, there's something we call pension preservation. And it is a very key and serious thing right now. I'd like to encourage all of you. Please just go to Treasury website, RBA website, or Google the National Pension Policy. It is one of the key things. And don't be surprised. When things start working well, you'll find that that will be one of the reforms. Saimu nasema 50%. We might lock in the whole amount. And it is for your benefit. Because if you look at the ILO says that the income replacement ratio at when you retire, upon retirement, should be 40%. ILO takes average of averages. OECD and IOPS, that is the Association of Pension Supervisors, puts it at, it should be 60%. That is what will allow you to retire very comfortably. Yeah? So that upon retirement, you'll be getting at least 60% of your income right now. Let's take basic. So if you're earning 100,000, when you retire, you should earn at least 60K. 60K at retirement, if you have that money, wouldn't you be living like a king, assuming you're earning 100 right now? One, never retire with loans. So before you retire all your loans. Retirement babies, if you didn't plan for them early enough, don't start now. Yeah? Those who are 40 and above. So retirement babies, wapate huko ukiwa 20s. Yeah. Why are you disapproving? So that you can be able to enjoy your life after retirement. Chair talked of mihadarati. Whichever member asked you, that was very right. Do you know, all of you, and this is not an accusation, I'm just telling you to your faces, all of you ni addicts. Ni waraibu wa mi? Wangapi si waraibu wa chochote hapa? Na sisemi chai. And you're addicted to something called a salary. Hebu rudieni salary. Loan tarehe ngapi? Mshalipwa? Isha. Atualiwa mess. Yani saizi kuna wengine wameanza kuuliza kama payroll ishafungwa. So mnashanga ni payroll ya July ama ni ya August. Yeah? You know, all of you are addicts. And you'll need that. You'll really need that amount going forward. And you see, once you're addicted, for this period of time, I'll show you. Let me just put it in context. Before I go to my slide, I know it has something. You get in at, employed at 25, right? Leave at, say, 60. How many years are those? 35, right? Right now, life expectancy, and we are not using an average male like me, where usisongeshe hiyo slides sana, utaiba siri zangu na nataka kukua hapa kama superstar. So if we live to 80, right? Some of us still have our parents at 80, 85, right? So 60 to, let's give it 85 or 80. How many years are those? 20 years, right? Almost equivalent to the number of years that you'll be employed. True or false? You've been addicted for 35 years. Rehab gani utapelekwa ya kutoa hiyo addiction? The only rehab is this, the pension. That is the only rehab you have. Otherwise ndo ulikuwa unasikia watu walikuwa na relapse wanakufa. Si mlikuwa mnasikia watu wana retire kitambo, next thing after 2 years, I understand they used to be given wheelbarrows and shovels. Sijui kama ndo ilikuwa kwenda kuchimba grave, but that was the relapse. We don't want you to relapse. Okay? We want you to enjoy the life. I was still on your comments, Chair. Sijaanza hata yangu. I heard about the member handbook. I know we spoke about it, so it's critical. And something has impressed me. Right here we have a sign language interpreter. So for the scheme for GDC, pongezi. Pongezi. You know, that is inclusivity for me. I used to brag that there is a scheme in Mombasa. They have done their member handbook in Braille. Now you've also challenged me. Wherever I'll go, sasa pia ndakuwa nasema kuna nyingine hometown. You know, I came here, I thought I'll come incognito until Rama burst my bubble. Tunakutana kwa mlango and he's like, brother, wafanya nini hapa? Sorry, Rama squat kumention lakini nimekumbuka tu. So these are things that we should embrace as a scheme. IDD establishment. I'll talk briefly about IDD because I know last year you were taken through. So those are some, I loved it. If I was with my colleague here, angeniambia si logo nimependa, angesema nimependa wale watu wawili pale. But, I mean, you know, when it was explained, the shield and GDC, Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. and I'll show you something in my presentation. I heard you have ambitions. Please don't do branding. Mukianza kubrand items, mi naangalia accounts, I'll start looking at expenses. Because every shilling we use, it means it is coming from a member's pocket. We've already said hii ndio kioo ya mihadarati, sio? So hatutaki kutoa kitu kwa rehabilitation center. It should remain as, but if we get sponsorship from elsewhere, tuambiwe GDC seme hata creator tumechimba sana, scheme chukweni hii, tunaweza fanya. Sawa, mnaweza onyesha presentation. The media team, please. So, I'll start by saying this. Just go to the first slide, please. You'll see, first, what you're talking about, our vision right now as RBA is dignity in, Momona, dignity in what? I hope you saw that. So we want you to retire in dignity. Now, retirement is not about me. Sio mimi nimesema. Mnapoona numbers, the Levites, from age of 25 and upward, they shall enter to perform service in the work of the tent of meeting. But from age 50, they shall retire from service and work and not do what? Nyi mnataka kahadi 60. What if we, but do you know retirement age used to be 50? Then moved to 55. Political expediency. Then we are at, in France, for those who are aware what happened in France, I think it was last year but one. They went on a strike for 2 months because they wanted to increase the retirement age. In Kenya, if you are to increase the retirement age, what will happen? Wote mtashonesha sisal skirts, mutaenda mukikatika hadi state house, hakutakuwa na mawe. If we were to reduce, I know it will be trouble. So, it's in the Bible. Kuna waziri CS Adan Duale. Kuna wakati alisema, hii kazi sio ya? Mimi sijasema, don't quote me. You know, people, if you look at it in context, he actually had sense because you're telling us this place is transient. We are all passing. But fortunately, RBA is there to help you in one way. One of our mandates and critical mandate is that we should, we ensure the establishment and management of pension schemes, that they're done in the right way, what you're seeing right here. The other one is to protect the interest of members and sponsors. Members and, so we also look after your sponsor. Of course, our other mandate is to develop the industry and make pension policies and laws and implement those laws. So if you see anything pension in any government circles, it actually originates from RBA and then go out there. So in terms of protecting you, this is what we do. And this is, I've taken this from your scheme. I know gift presented, but hiyo ni yake. Sasa hii ni authority. For some reason, when you hear the regulator, it always refers to RBA. There are so many regulators in Kenya. But sijui, ukienda tu mahali popote wasikia, because of the importance. TDR, this is also your right, it's also your responsibility. This is the constitution of the scheme. Sorry, I don't know why it's blinking. But you need to read it. How many members here have ever read the trust deed and rules of the scheme? How many? Let's be sincere. And not those who've been trustees. Where, chair, mkonako chini. Where si member hapa? Members, how many have ever seen the trust deed and rules? An abridged version, I'm hoping. But please, members, if you can't read the first part, read the last, the rules. This is your life. So if you don't know what regulates it, what has it, unajua enzi za kusema baba alisoma iliisha, sio? Shauri yenu hata mkiniangalia hivyo. Sasa lazima mjisomee wenyewe. Kindly ensure you go through your trust deed and rules. Your good governance documents were submitted. I'll explain why there is the asterisk there. Trusteeship, I'm okay with it. Statutory returns. I can say they're all well in. Your account, members, you're within your rights. You are told, Chair, let me reveal. Remember, there were some pages missing. I can assure you that the ones we received, every single page is there. From RBA, you might not have gone through your TDR. I've read your TDR. The previous one and the revised one. I'm mandated to do that. Once your accounts are submitted, I have to approve it in the system. Approval means I have to go through it item by, where there's a question, we'd even ask for management accounts and all that. Hey, this is key, IPS. You've heard from Duke, all the way a gift have talked about that there was an IPS statement. This is the rules. This is what is key and what trustees have to pay attention to, because this is where scheme is determined. Simuliambio, now your returns have surpassed you, which I think is something we need to applaud. I was asking, akiwacheni tu niibe masiri, mimi sijui kunyamaza. I was asking Duke, bana, you're also our fund manager. Mbona sisi hamtupatii such analysis? GDC mnawapatia such analysis. So I put him to task. Next time he comes to my scheme, I'm a member. Hataniona. I'll also need such a breakdown. So your IPS, and this is your strategic plan for the scheme. And that's why it's revised after every 3 years. Trustees have to be keen about it. This is what leads to your growth. So your IPS was filed in time. It will expire after 3 years. Why I've brought in this, and members, I want you to listen to this. You have a relatively new trustees in office. Very new. In fact, why nilikuwa nimemlemea ndugu yangu hapa Mary sana, his first ever trustee meeting was an inspection. Kweli uongo. Yani, this guy was thrown into the sharks. He came there and was like, inspection, RBA. Alikuwa jasho jebamba kama mjemona akisweat. Kula kwa rigs najua sweat, lakini huko alitoa jasho. Most of your trustees, I think that was like the second or first meeting, the new ones. And we did an inspection on the scheme. And I can say, without fear or favor, that for most of the things we are looking at within that period and phase, they have actually complied with. That one they have. Your risk score, from where we sit, we measure schemes from a risk score of, say, 1 to 5, where 5 is very risky, 1 is very good. I will not tell you your exact, but for GDC, yours is impressive. Very impressive. To the point I was telling the administrator, I'm scared. Hata staki ku, unajua saa zingine, okay, wanasema nini ile Kiswahili ya tembo na mgema, wajua saa hii nakada time, staki kusema vitu. Nakada wakisikia watafurahi sana. Staki mtie tembo maji. But it is a journey. We are holding their hands. We are going to make sure that they do what needs to be done. So far, I think, kama wameanguka pengine wameanguka na mark moja ama mbili, will still, you know, like a parent. Si wamchuna kwanza mtoto kidogo ama wamwambia corrective measures. Hapa hivi. Akizidi akiendelea kwa mjeuri wafanya nini? Wafanya nini? Hey, I now know these new generation parents. Hata mchapi watoto. Anyway, next slide please. So I'm going to be through. Tax amendment law, I know all of you know about the tax. Tax deductible, muliambiwa. Last year GM when you had, we had not passed most of these regulations. However, if you're keen on your salary, you'll see that Kasorongo melaitis tulipunguza kidogo. Akimtu akitoa hii maneno nje hii Nakuru mtaona. Tuko live. However, you'll realize that your tax deductible, if you're doing from 20, you increase to 30, so that you can put something in your pocket. If you're doing PRMF, post-retirement medical fund, Up to 15,000 is tax deductible. I'll talk briefly about PRMF. And members, I like to encourage you, please save. Do something. What comes into your NSSF? By them kiona deduction in NSSF, don't scream, because that is your money. Did you know that we regulate NSSF? Did you know that NSSF waliacha kuinvest kwa manyumba left, right, center? How many know, okay, how many have attended NSSF AGM? Wangapi wameshapata invitation? You've got an invitation, Chair. Will you attend? You're busy. How many? By the way, take NSSF seriously. Okay, who knows what returns they declared the last financials they did? Oh, you're close. You're the first 2 Kenyans I've had in this month, 2 months, who are close to what NSSF declared. They actually did, I think it was 13, Duke, if I'm not wrong, 13%. NSSF has never declared more than 3% for the longest time, mimi nikijua. So, the the tier 1, tier 2, that business has brought in competition that NSSF has also woken up. Ask anyone, sorry, I've forgotten the USSD code, but they have a USSD code. Check your statement. It's I'll check before I leave. I'll tell you, or you can Google and check. Check your statement. Check any gaps, because that money is be a lot. Mushaona hapa compounding. It's your money. Let me go to shisha. Si shisha ile ya wale watu wa weekend. The shisha hii nyingine. Housing levy. Before that, we used to complain about our salaries. Kwani housing levy imetoka wapi? Si bado mko na third. Hata mkiniangalia vibaya, si ilitolewa na mko nayo. Ikirudishwa saizi, tutaenda wapi sherehe? Tupatie nakada tena kazi. Instead of putting this into an investment vehicle, not necessarily pension, but you can always add it up, because you've already seen you can live within those limits. So msije mkasema you are broke. Exemption from Table G guidelines of Sharia compliant investments. So if you do Sharia compliant investments, we will not restrict them to the Table G. Trustees, I hope you're taking care of our Muslim brothers and sisters. If they're here and they want some Sharia compliant, please work with the fund manager, see what, these are the new things you can bring into a scheme, so that we are inclusive again. We do not leave any of our members out. Income drawdown regulations, that we'll talk about. I hope you're familiar with Treasury Circular 9 of 2024. Are you? Unajua nyinyi serikali. If you ever think you're not government, every time unaingia GDC ukiona blue plate, remember you are government. So, Treasury circulars are just as good as law. And this one allows for contract staff to be able to join in the scheme. I hope the scheme has amended its trustee to allow for that. You should, because now you're allowed under, this is law. So please amend your trust deed and rules. That's why members I was telling you, read that document. It's critical. It contains what should happen or should not happen within the scheme. Now, for those on gratuity, you can transfer it, but now you'll have to live with the rules of the scheme. Before I leave that, munajua gratuity ni tax-free saizi? Oh, you know that. Hey, good things you can't fail to know. I thought I was giving you news. Okay, let's move. So I've already spoken about this on tax exemption. Remember, age of 50 and above, you take your money. Simseme tu hata nisikie raha ka regulator. Ama niende niambie taxman arudi. It's tax-free. Members, age of 50 and above, if you retire, what do? You get your money? Tax-free. If you have been in a scheme for 20 years, then you're also eligible to get your money tax-free. And 20 years does not mean one scheme. It's cumulative of the number of years that you have been in any scheme. So if you're in RBA, you move to GDC, you move to TSC, you've been in a scheme for 20 years, then you qualify for that. So please clap for the regulator. Because we are told the only two things that we are sure of, tax and death. So one, tumewaepushia nini? Tax. Two, tumewaongezea lifespan. So death, until death do you part, RB at least tunakupatia something ya rehabilitation, sio? So you can live a fruitful life. So si mnaona tumekame in to defy the laws of nature. So next. PRMF, Post-Retirement Medical Fund. Your trusted and rules now allows for you to contribute to a PRMF. Dalai Lama, when asked what surprised him most about humanity, this is what he said: that man sacrifices his health in order to make money. Then he sacrifices money to recuperate his health. And then he's so anxious about the future that he does not enjoy the present. The result being that he does not live in the present or the future. He lives as if he's never going to die, and then dies never really lived. Tragedy of life, and I know most of us can relate to this. Medical, from our research, and every year we do a pensioner survey. I think I'll share with you our pensioner survey. And when you call you for dissemination, please come. Members, trustees, will be sending this out. And consistently, it has been shown that now I'm not talking about pension, our research is up to 51% of pensioners have dependents. And the dependents are not aged, they actually will be surprised. 43%, I think 43% of those dependents are aged between, or rather, 25 years and above. That tells you it is grown-up children, right? Now, of these, almost 60% are male. Yani, the boy child ndo ako nyumbani. It's a tragedy, you know, it's satirical, it's humorous, but it's also tragic. But the reason is this: unemployment. So people have been laid off. Some do not have jobs, but they have children. As a grandparent, will you see your grandchildren suffer? So they're using pension money to pay for the fees. Why men? It's not that the boy child is lazy. Boy child traditionally, we know yeye ndo anarudi wapi? Nyumbani. Girl child is married to this boy child. So akifunga virago anaenda kwa kina nani? Please get more girls. On a light note. But I'm saying now, you see the burden is coming back to the grandparents. Now, medical is the next cause. Now you enjoy a medical cover. Imagine leaving this medical cover at GDC. Yani hata ukiingia triage, nurse tu akikuita, like, Mrs. Zinosikia jina langu na shangala, I have such a sweet name. You know, you're in hospital, unapona. Wasikia, Bosco Gicheo, go to triage number. And you're like, wow. Kwa Nakuru mnajua kuna bondeni display. Mimi nimevuta hiyo bench. You know, those needles used to be blunt. I think they're autoclaving. Utarudi kule dispensary unaenda kwa tailor because lazima washone bench. Hakuna triage, no numbers. So, start looking. And medical inflation is very high. Now, the beauty of PRMF, in case you fall ill, at this point, you've exhausted your cover, or say you've even left GDC, but you need medical attention. We are saying whatever you'll have already saved in the PRMF, trustees can allow for you to access, to do what? To get medical attention. So uta need to have WhatsApp groups. I'll tell you from my experience, as we started it even before it became law, because we're experimenting. Right now, if I was to retire, or rather leave my employer, and my employer at first was very generous. We were doing a percentage, alikuwa na double. Yeah, so if you do 2%, he gives 4%. Until SRC came in and told us we are being mischievous. But anyway, we found our way back. But the thing is this, right now, even when we were stopped, employer wasn't giving in, we kept on contributing as members. Right now, if I was to leave employment, I would still enjoy the same cover, and I'll tell you the reason why some of us stay in RBA for forever. One is because of pension, two is medical cover. If you're ever looking for a job, interview uliza vitu mbili, pension na nini? Medical cover. Ile basic unaambiwa it's not important. So if I was to leave right now, I'll enjoy my medical cover, same as the one RBA was giving me for the next 20 years, bila break. Siniko sawa? So that is a challenge to you. It's doable. Get a PRMF. And remember, it's tax deductible. You're already enjoying tax reliefs out of them. That one will also cover you with your spouse. In case of your demise, your dependents can also take up the PRMF if they want, or they can just be given lump sum. Now, teach your people financial literacy, members. Si mnasikia tunaongea utakuwa na PRMF. How many here, there are people know they have a pension scheme? At least you are here, I know mnaangalia statement. We know there are some schemes. Statement is something they don't ever look at. How many watu wao wanajua wako na pension scheme? Sisemi sako, pension. Let them know. Then check your balances and then assume if you're to leave this earth. And men, sometimes we are more guilty of this. I will never, my spouse nikitoka namwachia 1000. Ladies nyu achiwa pesa ngapi ya for the whole week? Si ya nywele, nasema ya matumizi ya nyumba. Simu reveal. Najua GDC mna pesa zenu, sisemi pesa zenu, nasema zile nyu achiwa na spouse. We know your money is your money. My money is our money. So assuming I leave my spouse with 2,000, even the day I take a loan, I don't tell, you know, hata unafaa umechukua loan ya 1 million. Saa zingine mshtue mwachie 50,000. Mwambie manze leo kuna jackpot. Aweji bambe na hiyo. See how she'll behave with money. Even your children, expose them. Let them see you do transactions. Let them enda now benki. Wacha waone hapa kuna pesa inawekezwa, there's this and that. Why I'm telling you this and the tragedy we have is this. Right now as Bosco, I was shown my GPA and I said to God, why am I even working? I should be dead and then these kids just enjoy life. Because I'm working so hard for them right now, yeah? But if I die right now, HR musionyeshe watu GPA zao. It's called what? Hiyo kitu tunapewa, eh? It's called group life. My net worth and I'm dead. Hata nyinyi mkisikia hapa mtataka kukua kwa wili yangu. So imagine if you die, upatiwe ya pension. Tuchukue on average pension umepatiwa 10 million, sio? Sio wewe, your dependents. GPA wamepewa another 10 million. Injuries maybe ni kitu ilimgonga akapatiwa hiyo insurance, another 10 million. Someone who in their life has never seen more than 100,000, umempatia 30 million. What have you done? Si umecommit murder? Umeua mama plus? Start helping them so that that legacy lives on. When you're having financial literacy, even at work, wherever, take easy slides musitupe, let them interact. On TV, wacha waache kuona sijui so many other things. When you have those things when they are showing, you know, we have very good money matters things. Sit with them. You know, kids also learn more from what they see us do than what we tell them. Let them learn. Help them, help themselves in future. Sorry, nimeachia story hapo. Wacha nimalize hii slide. MC naona nimeendelea sana. Please next. Don't worry. Move to the next. Income drawdown. I think whenever you have a session, call us. RBA will be there. We'll take you through this. But basic ya income drawdown, if you think you are an investor, unajua wa Kenya na pesa tunajifanyanga sini wajuaji sana. Leo acha niulize swali. When you go to the ATM, you put in your card, right? Then it tells you, kama yenu mmeniambia sasa itakuonyesha nil balance. Kwanza ATM zinakuanga na tabia mbaya, inarudisha tu card inakwambia transaction declined. These guys needs to improve. But ukiweka pale na bado kuna kakitu, you do your things, and what does it give you first? The card or the money? Card or the money? Why do you think it gives a Kenyan the card first? Thank you. Mkenya ukishapatiwa tu pesa, will be going to the bank to collect cards every time. Yeah? Oh, unasikia tu vrr. Jamaa ni ngapi na nimeenda. So, what you are saying is this: if you feel you are a good investor, because our research also did this, we found out that those people, and that's why the Treasury Circular number 9 of 2024 says all government institutions must be in a pension scheme, no more provident funds. Because wale wa provident, tuligundua after maximum of 3 years, up to 81% of them didn't have a shilling. Walijifanya wajuaji, wakachukua pesa, ikaisha. So, members, if you think you're an investor mzuri, weka kwa IDD, because the risk is on you. You continue the investment. You can draw down up to 10 years, you can change in between the provider, and we are saying maximum withdrawal is 12%. You're not saying withdraw 12%. Because you're doing your investment, unacheza game kama wewe. If you're 60 people, a lot of people here know kuna wala made 50 na hata wakai 50. Na mimi si mmoja wao. But we are saying you still are active, you can do something. You can put it an income drawdown, it keeps growing. Okay. At 70 now, you can decide what sasa ni chukue ama at 65. Because income drawdown gives you the flexibility. Number 2, in case of demise, then it goes to your dependents. And your dependents, if you've educated them well, they can continue taking an income drawdown instead of lump sum. Trustee, please educate other dependents when you have such situations. We had a case in our scheme where the first batch of money was given to the dependents, trustees and the HR had to receipt. Now waka decide wana withhold money because wali realize people were not going in the right direction. Now they've been taken through all these and now they're receiving their money monthly, like a salary. So frequency, it's you to determine. Now, mnaambiwanga mnaweza chukua a third lump sum, 2/3 as pension. Do you know that a third lump sum, si lazima uchukue hiyo a third. You can take less than a third. Hii ni kujipanga. If you have the money, mbona unachukua ingine lump sum alafu iende? Put it in an income drawdown. After 10 years, ukiona risk wache iende to someone else, you can transfer to an annuity when you are no longer an investor. Move. Next slide. But we'll talk more about IDD later. Let's just move. Oh, sorry, beneficiaries IDD. Instead of taking money to trust funds, which are not regulated, we are trying to see how we can regulate trust funds. You can always transfer money for dependents to an IDD so that it gets from there. And these ones will not be subjected to the rules of an IDD. Why we are saying this is, if the child was going to a school and the withdrawal will be more than what is permitted, more than, okay. So, as I near the end, and thank you for your patience, trustee responsibility. 1, I want you to know that these are your trusted friends. Mulisikia walienda mitihani. Very serious, because we want them to grow and to be able to run your money well. Si mmesikia ni billions. You put a billion here and a Kenyan here, what do you see? Munaona nini hapa katikati? There'll always be suspicion. That's our Kenyan way. And we know Kenyans with money. But for the schemes, we can assure you these are well taken care of. So a trustee is a fiduciary. Najua mmesikia hii neno. And all of you are potential trustees. So we are saying they act in the best interest of another person, in this case you members. They exercise discretionary power. Why? Because this is why I want you to listen very carefully why they exercise discretionary powers. Pension does not form part of your death, estate. Pension benefits do not form part of your estate. So, vitu zako mali yako ingine andika will, it can be contested elsewhere. But for pension, it is trustees who will determine. If you've done an NOB, nomination of beneficiary form, they will respect it. But if they feel there is something that need to be varied, they'll do it. So mkiona trustees wanaenda funeral zote, msifikirie they are so benevolent and loving. Wanaenda kufanya due diligence. Kwanza wale watu wa Western unajua watu wanakuwa paraded. Unasikia in-laws wa kutoka in-laws wa kutoka sehemu fulani, then you know wives were more than 2. So they come to do due diligence. So people, nomination of beneficiary forms. Najua mumeambiwa hii in every AGM. I'll insist and overemphasize. Make sure it is up to date, number 1. Number 2, make sure even if you're doing it online, make sure it is signed and witnessed. Signed and witnessed. Always make sure, kama kuna changes, don't do it on whims, because trustees will also see. Ati ni weekend tumekasirikiana, uliniona kwa status ya someone else, unaambia trustees toa huyu. And saizo unajua tunakuwa nyang out. Your mother or your sister. Tuta overturn hiyo kitu. And I'll tell you another secret. For men, I hope usimami nikae chini. For men, kama wewe ni number 1, utabaki number 1 kwa hiyo list forever. Hao wengine watakuja appendages. Men ni ukweli ama ni? Tunasema ukweli. We are faithful that way, even if you say we are not faithful. On that case, we are faithful. Yeah. So, women, ladies, please also emulate us. This is the only place where you can follow our example. And this is the only place we don't lie. Tuweke pale. You normally say, atutatunza watoto. Who told you? We love the children just as much as you do. Men, we shall have men conference when you invite me for member education. Then I'll tell you more. Yeah. So, let's put our children there. Men, you know, women, how exhibit kwanza ule wa nje for the lady. Hiyo ndo unasema hata nafanana na sijui mjomba wako wa wapi babu yako. But you know, for men wetu au pia unakuwa copyright. Ukicheza away game somehow huyo ndo anakuwa Bosco copyright, hata mkiona tu mnasema ndio yule pale. But Waswahili walisema hivi, hamna mwana haramu, kitendo ndicho cha, na saa zingine kitendo pia si cha haramu, lakini sana sana ni cha haramu. But mtoto hana guilt. So read the Children's Act. Trustees will put, wakiona na dependency, tutaangalia mpaka SMS. Man, sisemi mwache kutuma M-Pesa, but tuta verify. So let's put our children, let's put our things in order. Let's not people fight. The other thing is, if there are disputes, up to 60% of the disputes in the tribunal last year were emanating from hiyo pesa. Tunataka pesa ya our Father. Hata mwenye hata hakukua hapo ndo unasikia Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art, please let us inherit your wealth. That is what happens. So trustees can exercise that discretion. Now, a fiduciary, because it's been established, then you are saying trustees must act prudently, be loyal to beneficiary. Beneficiary is member and your beneficiaries. Avoid conflict of interest, not profit personally. Kama kuna kazi ya Red Cross, ni kazi ya trusteeship. But it is also the noble, I say there is medicine, teaching, and then trusteeship. The noble careers. Because really we cannot pay them enough. Yeah? They must treat all beneficiaries even-handedly. So wakija spouses wawili wote wana claim. Si ati kwa sababu mlikuwa mnajua huyu spouse as GDC, mudiscriminate ule ambaye mlikuwa mnajua. If they can prove, they can prove. And finally, maintain what? Confidences. If you do your NOB, they cannot disclose it. It is not even, it can only be kept at HR if that is what is agreed and the best, maybe if you trust. But ideally, this is a scheme record. Sometimes, in some schemes, even trustees don't know who you've nominated. It depends on what you've come with. So don't fear, don't have worries. Umtwaslide angeharakisha tungekuwa tumemaliza. You're right. Payment, nimeona mnapewa within 30 days. Transfer, if you're coming from another scheme to this scheme, or from this scheme to another, it must be done within 60 days. If it is not, report to RBA. Exit, you know, nimeshawaambia muache pesa. Musibebe pesa yenu yote. When you retire, you have the option of leaving the money in the scheme for up to 1 year. Acha pesa ipoe kidogo. And it also helps you outside there. Those people who come from the tea growing areas ama Mombasa wakati kuna meli. Si mnajua kuna watu wanajua kunusa pesa. Bonus. Even when you're about to retire, people know. So ukisema umeretire and then watu wanaona tu umeparara. Wanaanza kusema huyu hata hakuretire GDC, huyu alifutwa kazi. Then they'll keep going away. You'll remain with your family, nuclear family. Please treat your family well. Treat your partners well. Treat your children well. Be with them. Time is the best investment you can have in your people. Stay with them. Au hang around. Alafu sasa 1 year ukitokea, hata wale walikuwa wanataka ukue village chairman, so walishaenda idea ilikuwa ni pesa. Uko na pesa yako, wanaanza kusema wewe ni Illuminati. And from there henceforth no one will touch your money. So wakishasema ni Illuminati imeisha. Si unajienjoy till heaven comes. Benefits, we are saying no assignment or attachment of benefits. Ukiwa na mali ya GDC, mupelekane kwa chief. Your pension money is your. Make sure you give trustees the account number that you know you will get your money. And when you are leaving the scheme, if you're leaving your money in the scheme, please, musiache address, email address ya GDC. Who will trace you with GDC email address? Put the email address that you can be reached. Numbers even for beneficiaries that are up to date. And at this point I'll ask, did you invite deferred members? Deferred members have the same rights and responsibilities. So you are, wale colleagues wenyu walitoka kazi, waambie kama wana pesa kwa scheme wakuwa kukuja, AGM na member education, everything. Then you have your rights. Question any anomalies within the audited accounts. I'm grateful you did that. Trustees, the members questioned some anomaly. And I know they did it in good faith. See your members. And it is within your rights. It also in check, even us, we're happy in check, even us, we're happy that you wrote to RBA because it also keeps us in check as well. So inspecting the registers, by registers tunamaanisha vitu za scheme yenu, sio za scheme ya wenyewe. Investment report of scheme funds. Question it, interrogate. You can also give trustee ideas, right? They don't have monopoly of ideas on investment. Attending AGMs, complaints. Allow me to finish with this. Complaints, please. Musiache lawyers, mawakili, I'm sorry, my learned friends, my seniors who are here. Don't rush to the lawyers. If you have any complaints, if you have any problem with the scheme, start with the trustees. Lodge your complaint with the trustees. Make sure it's documented. If you're not happy with the decision or the explanations by the trustees, escalate it to RBA, right to the CEO RBA. If you're not happy with the judgment of the CEO, then you appeal to the tribunal. Because we've seen people, and this spends both the money of the scheme and you as a member, go through the process all the way to court of appeal, and then wanaambiwa rudi wapi? Rudi RBA. That is where the matter should be settled. So please follow that, and I know we'll have done. So most of these we've gone through. Lastly, kuna majamaa waliniambia hivi, ujana wako utaamua uzeeni wako kama utacheza gofu au utacheza draft.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've learned a lot. It was worth. That time was worth. Thank you so much, Bwana Bosco from the Retirement Benefit Authority. I've also personally learned that let us not live as if we will never die and then end up dying as if we never lived. That was a good take-home. I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. John Lagat. He's our senior member to this scheme. Karibu sana, John. If you have a word, I'll prioritize and give you a minute. Thank you so much. Chair, there is an agenda that we are remaining with. We will give a session of question and answer before one member comes for vote of thanks. It is 1 minute to 2. I think we are 20 minutes behind plan, but we will have to have, this session is important. We are reading also questions from Teams, 1 question from Teams and 1 question from YouTube. These are some of the deferred members, Bona Bosco. They have also contributed. Yes. Chair, on the agenda number 11, it's gift. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, trustees remuneration. I'll welcome gift. How much time gift? 1 minute, thank you.
All right. So the agenda on the trustee remuneration, again, it is required that it is declared in the AGM. If there is any amendment, again, it has to be approved by the members. But what I'll do right now is just to make a declaration that the trustees of GDC are remunerated at the rate of 10,000. That is sitting allowance for meetings. But just to clarify is that as per the law, they are supposed to be remunerated 4 quarterly BOT meetings and 2 additional special meetings. Then plus, that makes it 6. Then plus 6 committee, 6 meetings per committee. The scheme currently, as we speak, it has the Finance and Investment Committee, the Audit and Risk Committee, and the Admin and Governance Committee. Occasionally, again, the trustees are allowed, if there is any special item to be handled, to have an ad hoc committee. For example, recently there was a team that was handling the death benefits of one of your former members, just to ensure that the children of that deceased member are taken care of very well. So there was an ad hoc committee that was formed, and they closed that matter. So that is what I needed to declare. But again, just to put it in the context, is that there is a specific guidelines that guides how trustees across all schemes should be remunerated. They have also provided a schedule of how trustees should be remunerated according to the fund values. It's important that I state that. Your fund value is right now at 5.1 billion. The schedule that has been provided by the regulator has given an allowance of up to a maximum of 25,000 for a scheme of that nature. Your trustees are remunerated at the rate of 10,000. I needed to confirm again that particular position. So I don't know whether I have left anything on that particular item, but that is what I needed just to state. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gift.
Sorry, I forgot to mention that the 10,000 is actually subjected to 30% tax. I needed to add that.
Correct. Thanks so much. It is subjected to 30% tax, you said? Okay. We have a session that will take us about 10 minutes for the interest of time. Vote of thanks will take another 1 minute at the end, the person preparing for that. But of course, we will give room for members present to ask questions. We will prioritize on a member from Nakuru. We will give room to members from North. And we are talking about gender also. Let all the questions at least come from the genders represented in this room. I don't know which question, yes, sure. As the teams prepare, or people prepare their questions, I would like to read a question from Teams. F. Njenga at gdc.co.ke is asking, I think this was just after the presentation by the fund manager. I don't know if he's still here. Duke. Chair, I hope you're listening. so that the question is, you have mentioned that there was unrealized gains from bonds in 2024. His question is, this question goes to Duke. My question is, were there unrealized gains from bonds in 2023? And how was it treated in the following financial year? This is F. Njenga at gdc.co.ke. He's asking, you have mentioned that there was unrealized gains from bonds in 2024. My question is, were there unrealized gains from bonds in 2023? And how was it treated in the following financial year? On YouTube, we have a question from Benjamin Mbugwa. He's asking, how is the independence of the scheme with MD as a trustee? We have seen state capture where GDC interferes with trusteeship. A case in point is Benja versus GDCSRBS. The scheme lost and the cost footed by us. That I think I'll direct to the chair of the scheme. And other comments? No, these others are positive comments. Peter Nyaga is saying, congratulations, great outstanding work. You're delivering your promises. I'll start with Duke. Just a brief, so that we engage the members who are not here, and then we will come back to the plenary.
Thank you for that question. So in 2023, we did have what we call a revaluation loss of 184 million. So when it came to calculation of the distributable income, they did remove it. So instead of you getting a negative performance, you actually got a positive because they removed it from there. So you also enjoyed the benefit that you are not going home with any negative. This year, again, it was a positive of 261 million shillings. So it basically means that amount which is positive will not be given back to you. Okay? So going forward, even if we make a gain on the unrealized gain from bonds, that will not be distributed. Also, if we make losses in terms of unrealized losses, that will also not be distributed to members. I hope that is clear.
I believe it is clear for F. Njenga who asked this question. Chair?
Good afternoon. Situsimame kidogo, naona watu wame sugar levels nini. We stand up, we stretch a bit. Let's stretch a bit. Twende left. Alafu twende right. Sasa tunaweza keti chini. So, I'm here to answer the comment from Trustee, because once a trustee, always a trustee. Trustee Benjamin Mbugwa. And you can tell from what we've done so far, there is no way we could have done it without stakeholder engagement. And we've had engagements with the sponsor. He's also a trustee. So even when we present issues to him pertaining the scheme where we need approval, it's easy for him to understand because he's also a trustee. On the issue of the case between GDCSRBS and Benjamin Mbugwa, it is an issue that was already put to rest. However, there were protracted court cases in Bosco's entity, RBA, the CEO, then it went to the appeal tribunal, and discussions were had and a decision was made. Of course, the first decision was that the board made a correct decision by dismissing Trustee Benjamin Mbugwa. After that, there was an appeal where the Retirement Benefits Appeal Tribunal reinstated Trustee Benjamin Mbugwa. And as a board, when we had just come in, we had to make that difficult decision of reinstating Trustee Benjamin Mbugwa. They say when you make laws that even if your enemy is in power, you will not suffer. So the law is the law, Bosco is here. It's something that he knows quite well. And so far, we've had a smooth run, a good working relationship. In the last 1 year, we've actually hit 1 year, Fred, myself, Jackie, and Charity. And so far, so good. Wanasema shoka zikiwa kwa kikapu, lazima zitagongana. Sasa hii kidogo kidogo, hapa na pale, hiyo itakuwa, lakini tutasonga mbele. So, no cause for alarm. Asanteni.
Thank you. Yes, last response to the same.
I think maybe for further clarification, the Njenga on how it was treated, maybe I'd just like to refer him to our statement. If you go to the statement of net assets available for benefit, last year we had unrealized loss of 184,680,615. But that's for 23. For 24, we had again unrealized of 261,485,635. So the loss was carried forward and it was netted off by the gain unrealized of 261,485,635. So if you have a look at the statement of net assets available for benefit, as of 2024, we have a bond reserve in the bond reserve account of 76,805,020 shillings. So it was carried forward but netted off by the gain. So even if we were to have either gain or loss, it will still be carried forward to that bond reserve account.
Thank you so much. We will proceed to, as a response to F. Njenga. He is joining us via Teams. There are 2 forms that are also available. PRMF fund, those who want to put money into the post-retirement medical fund. And of course, we have nomination of beneficiaries. Those forms are very important. Just from our experience, because we did some due diligence to some families, let us be updating these beneficiaries, the nomination of beneficiaries, so that we do not leave the entire work to be done by trustees at their discretion. Be updating. If you have not done that, kindly do it in the most confidential manner that you can. We will take questions from the plenary, 3 questions from members, and let us keep it brief. We will ask the 3 questions and then we get the 3 responses. Yes, for the perfect. No, I would also walk around gift. But for the responses, let us use that mic. For questions, we will use this so that we do it on time. So we will prefer voluntarily members who would like to raise concerns. One hand is up. I'll give you the first priority, first chance. We'll also need a lady and also regional representation. Thank you.
Thank you, members. My name is Timothy Kahuria. I have 2 concerns. Maybe one is a question, one may not be a question as per se. I have seen in the IPS, in the investment policy, then maybe I've listened from the other presentations, the expectations in terms of the global perspective is a bit good. What would happen if the following year, then we don't have such good projections, and we've already tied 15% or 10% of our investment, that's around 500 million, to such an investment? How would that maybe affect our schemes? And maybe how safe is it vis-a-vis a similar investment at home? A second question is a concern about the meetings. I've seen 3 meetings general and about 7 or 8 special. I think that proportion is not very good. The chairman was already afraid of that question, and he also wanted the previous chairman to answer it, but I think it's a concern. Mine is not a question, but it's just a note that that ratio in terms of, last year we had 17 meetings from the board, this year 31. So next year, in the reporting, maybe it be 31-30. You see, that ratio is not bad. But when you look at this year, 31-17, so I think it's a concern.
Thank you so much, Bonakahuria. That's well noted. The questions will be answered. Chair, you will lead the answering for the questions. Second person, will you ask now, because you'll also give vote of thanks, but if it is your time. We have hands behind there. Wakili. Let's make it brief so that we interact. If there's a question, go directly to you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. This is a commendation for the team for the job that they've done. But just some areas that look great. One is the area of updating the beneficiaries. You've mentioned it. I think this thing has always been there, like the last 4 or 5 years. Nothing has happened. Even right now, if you go online, you are not able to update it, and you can't even see your beneficiaries. I think something needs to be done, because it has been always stories now and then. Then the next one is about the profit that has been circulated. Yeah, it's a positive thing. Yeah, it's good to the heart. But now the worry is, I think historically we've been getting some marginal profit. I don't know what happened like the last financial year, such that we got such kind of interest. Could it be we are just being massaged? Then the next financial year we go back to default settings? Or is it a miracle? Because when it comes to investments, with such kind of money, is that gradual and
Thanks so much for the concerns. 2 concerns noted. Gift and Chair. Give it to the person close there. We have Sembele. We have Sembele here. Give it to CLA first. Both names start with S, end with E. Or he's already asked one integrity, and then you come here. We'd also like to hear from the other gender, ladies, and from the regions. Tutafunga na chairman, all right? Former chair. Kindly let us stop it at that.
Sharon, good afternoon. I'm from the North Rift region, and it's a continuity of
You mentioned your name, Sharon, so for the interest
Sharon Chebet from the North Rift region, Kapkerwa. It's a continuity of the question that was posed earlier at the back on whether this thing will be continuous, and they talked about the treasury bonds of 18%, and is that something that, let's talk about this interest that we earned in 2024. Is it continuous every year, and for how long, or it will depend on the markets? 1. 2, the issue of the treasury bonds. I remember there is fluctuation in these bonds depending due to the government regulations. Is it something that is fluctuating, or it's constant until the end of the 10-year period? Thank you.
Good question. Sharon, also from the north.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm Michael Sembele. Mine is a suggestion. But before I suggest, I'd like to say I'm an integrity officer. I'm a technical auditor in the company. I'm an engineer. I believe in innovation. In innovations. Looking at the questions that are going on, I have a suggestion. I may be jumping the gun a little bit, but it's worthwhile. I have a suggestion. Hearing those figures, it is tied to the number of meetings. Hearing the figures on the remuneration of the trustees, it is on the lower side. is on the lower side. If we as members that would allow for an adjustment upwards, but tie to some maximum number of meetings between this and that, I'm saying it's a suggestion. It will really come by our side, I mean in terms of give us comfort that these people are not just there to earn money, but at the same time, also transfer some small value to these trustees. When you pay, I'm telling you, I'm an integrity officer, when you pay too low, the tendency will be to compensate by thieving. I mean, you get me. Let's work on a matrix. We may not have the answer in this meeting, but let's work on a matrix that's also fair to them. Hata we kesho ukipanda taracha utataka kitu. I think let's not fear discussing that issue. It is low. Subject to tax, the only way would be increase the number of meetings. I'm being very open. But let's work on something that it will be a bit gradual and possibly cap the meetings at some stage. I mean, some good number. But as for now, maybe I'm giving the suggestion when it's late in the discussion, but I wish it was effected early.
Thank you so much. We have a question. Remember we said Engineer Kama will be the last. Evans, you are raising your hand now. You are putting me in an awkward situation. Here. No, here first. Those who raised their hands first.
Good afternoon. I'm Nicholas Muli from Central Rift, and my question goes to the Administrator, Head Wealth. I believe the work that you are doing for the scheme, we have fully paid for it, and we rightfully own the data that you are producing. So my question is, we have had a very big challenge accessing historically our data from 2010 all the way to 2018. So my question is, in the event we have a new administrator, and probably you're not the one, someone else is providing the services, are we assured of a smooth transition of our data, or will be in darkness for another period? So probably that is where I need my assurance.
Thank you so much. Engineer?
Thank you. I do appreciate. I want to ask one question, but if you allow, I can make a comment because Chair referred to me several times.
Please proceed.
So that we,
proceed.
From here, we can be able to share some meat together. I really appreciate the work the trustee are doing, and it's a great work that we really all need to appreciate. But as our main role from this other side is to ensure that we're able to check for accountability. Asking for accountability is not opposition, and it's just a duty of care. So when you find maybe us asking the trustee several questions and hammering them, is to ensure that our ship is on place. If a plane is coming from South Africa, it divert coming to Nairobi, divert only 1 degree, it is going to run in West Africa. So our role is just to ensure that we are not going to be off from where we are supposed to be. And this small governance misstep, left unchecked, can steer our pension off course. So let us engage faithfully. But also to say, we'll start with a small knock in the door of trustee. If they open for us, we go in and have a discussion. If they don't open, we are going to increase the knock. And if completely they refuse, we are going to run to RBA to ensure the door is open for us. But my question today is, and we really appreciate the response from RBA on us, and to ensure the 2 pages will be shared, because they were talking about the governance disclosure, where they are, so that we may be able to know, and to ensure the member are well informed, even as we make discussion. But also, as I asked the last question that I have, whatever the chair or the finance committee may comment in social media, we don't see them as personal capacity. We see board speaking. So when they say we are not doing this, we take that position because it's coming from the chair of the board. Finally, we have IPS that is active from now to 2028. My question will be, are we planning to have any review to it or any amendment? Because of late, a few months ago, when they are making the IPS, the chairman of finance committee keep on referring the guarantee fund, and I know it came to social media. We don't take those comments rightly. Are we going to be having amendment to the IPS? And if not, or if there is any need, we'll never be involved because already we know how our finances are being invested in. And this, as the person from RBS said, which was very clear, this is our life. So we need to know if there is any plan that to change or to do amendment. If not, then we know we are going to be having that IPS until 2028. If any changes is going to happen, then can we be able to request that the members are going to be involved at the point of departure from IPS? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Last question from engineer. I know there were two hands. Engineer, you took a lot of time to deny the other two. Evans, we don't want to lock you out. And our brother, Chair, we have a lot of, how long will that take to be answered? Because we are breaking for lunch after 4th of things. We are 30 minutes, 40 minutes behind schedule. The hotel has prepared a meal for us. A hearty meal is a hot meal. Evans, just ask a question, be brief.
Thank you. My names are Evans Nyamweya. And first, I appreciate the efforts you've done in terms of communication. Now, my question is, what is the scheme's sustainability and future or long-term projections? Because when you came in, we didn't have surplus projections. And I've seen there's a time we had deficit. So what is the scheme's investment and performance strategy in terms of surplus and losses? There are times I've seen we have negatives and we have positives. Like now we have members who have come in who have been confirmed into permanent and pensionable. Does the scheme have that strategy? And how do we go about it?
Does the scheme have that strategy and how do we go about it?
In
Thanks so
terms
much.
of
Evans, let's
potential deficits and surpluses. Thank you.
Question taken last. Make it brief so that we get time for responses.
Just some observation I've seen. The KPIs. I'm talking about issues on KPIs, graphic representation that Duke was doing. I don't know why it was never made in the GDC. The graphical presentation of the fund value and the ROI. And maybe next time you do with the graphical part. Now, another question is maybe strategic direction of the scheme based on the strategic plan. And then maybe another time, maybe you can have risk management chapter on that presentation. And lastly, on the meetings, next time maybe on the checking on the meetings, you do a narration, just a summary, so that we don't have this issue of meetings. Thank you.
Correct, well taken. I think we go to the responses. We are done with the Q part of Q&A. Let's go to the A part.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I've decided to be the one who starts. Then I think the administrator will also answer some questions, especially on administrative matters. Then the fund manager and the finance and investment committee chair can answer the ones on returns and investments. So on the issue of meetings, Bosco, if you don't know, there have been, I'll not call them wars, but there's been banter about this issue. As you rightly put it, the pages that were alleged to be missing, the same people who are asking for those pages actually had them illegally and they were sharing them through WhatsApp. I'll not want to go there. What I'll say is that, and the auditor is here, he'll confirm, we had the first draft of the accounts. We had, I think, the second draft. What we filed with RBA was the third draft. And this particular table on meetings was very contentious. I think you remember, we raised quite a few issues. And the contention was this. Some meetings, like when you have meetings for 2 days, you have a meeting today and you have it tomorrow. The administrator will confirm to you that you are remunerated for 1 day, not 2 days. Is that not so? So when you split those meetings in this table, then now that gives wrong information. Because I know my brother Kariuki has been a trustee, so he can easily do the math when that is done that way. Sivyo? So I'll want us to go, I know all of us, if you don't have the hard copy, you have this. How many trustees are those? Sini 13. Sivyo. Some of them served for the first half of the year, up to around May, June, thereabout. Some of us came in around that time and served the rest of the year. And some actually came in November. So the total number of trustees in 2024 was 13 trustees. Tumeelewana? Aya. Let's go to page 17. Page 17 lists the number of meetings. Again, I remind you, this is governance disclosure. So we are disclosing everything about the governance of the scheme. We have the first part is Board of Trustees meetings, then special Board of Trustee meetings. As it has been alluded to earlier, we are allowed, or rather we are supposed to have 4 quarterly meetings. That's why they are quarterly meetings, 4 in a year. However, when we have issues that, like, issues that arise, you know, the issues that arise, like when maybe you have to respond to RBA, you have to put your thoughts together so that you respond. We have what we call special board meetings, which is what is in the second table, special BOTs. Then the AGM. Twende pamoja, si ndio? Then the AGM. Then the committee meetings. Sawa. Alafu ad hoc. These ad hoc meetings, they are committees, like the preparation for this AGM. For us to manage to have it in July and not in December as is usual, we formed a special committee. And in that committee, the chair was Paul Lomeri, Trustee Jackie Wahungu was a member, Christopher Ngolo was a member, so that we get to achieve this milestone. So, I've gone further and counted these meetings. Nani anaweza nihesabia niambie ni ngapi? Someone, a mathematician, atusaidie hapo, atuhesabie hizo mkutano ni ngapi? $26 meetings. Si ndio? The narration up there inasema aje? Number 2, 31 meetings. Sindio? And I already explained that there were meetings that we had to put together because they were remunerated ones. Sawa sawa. So, of these meetings, I know my friend and former department Kahuria will not want me to speak to this, but it is important that I put this matter to rest. For the BOTs, there's a BOT for 20th March. Sindio? special BOTs, to skip hizo BOTs zingine, twende quarterly BOTs, twende hizo zingine, special BOTs, twende 7th February. Sindio? Hizo ni mbili, sio? 5th March, 26th March, 8th to 9th April, tuko hapo? 27th May, a committee meeting from 3rd to 4th June, sindio? 5th to 6th February, 6th March, tunafuata. Hizo ni ad hoc committees. Ad hoc, 5th to 6th March, February, 11th to 12th April, 28th to 29th May. Paka hapo ni ngapi? Yule amekuwa kieka track. Those should be 11 meetings. Sindio? Twende kwa BOTs, there's a meeting to 6th September. Sindio? There's a meeting for 22nd November. Those are Board of Trustees quarterly meetings. Then there's a meeting for from 24th to 28th June. That's a special board meeting. Then there's a meeting for 26th July. Then there's the AGM on 4th December. Then there's the committee meetings, 8th to 9th July, 21st August, 19th to 20th September, 16th to 19th October, 7th to 8th November, 19th November, 27th November. Then we have 2 committee meetings, or ad hoc committee meetings, 25th October and 7th and 9th October. One is election committee, the other one is IPS evaluation committee. Tulihesabu zile zingine zikiwa 11, sio? Na hizi zingine ni ngapi? Hesabu yangu inaniambia ni 14. Sindio? So, I take responsibility for all the meetings. However, most of us did not attend all the meetings. So, what I'm trying to say, if you notice, the second batch of meetings had more committee meetings than before, than the previous one. I don't want to start alleging anyone. What I'm saying is that we are regulated by RBA. What we are doing is shared with RBA. If we breach anything, we'll be in trouble. RBA have inspected us, and they've given us a clean bill of health. They did a letter recently. Bosco, allow me to reveal this, please. There's a letter that was done to us recently, raising some of the same issues, and we responded accordingly. So, kindly, we know where we've come from. We know where we got this scheme from. We were very unpopular as a scheme. We don't want to go back there. We have avenues of communication. The scheme has an email address. Every trustee has an email address. You have our numbers. Some of you call us on a daily. Why should we start wars for nothing really? Something that we can sit, share a cup of tea and finalize. Why should we raise the temperatures of members just to muddy the waters? I really appreciate when people raise issues, but please, let's not sensationalize issues. Writing an email and copying members is not a way of getting solutions. It is a way of trying to really make the members doubt what we are doing. Maybe some expected us to fight. We will not fight. We will not fight. I can assure you. we will put our hands to do the work that we were given by the members. Tafadhalini, tafadhalini, tusirudi mahali tumetoka. I please plead with you. We have a scheme to build. We have a vibrant membership that keep asking questions. The other day, we were doing the statements, and there was an issue. Even when we shared the incomes, some members had not seen the incomes. It was not showing. I sent like 50 emails within 1 hour to Gift, because members were asking what is happening. And we worked on it, and everyone was satisfied. This is our scheme. Sisi tuko trustees. We are here for 3 years, the first term. If you are lucky to get the second term, you do another 3 years, then you go home. There is no way we can come here and lie to you about what we are doing. RBA watatushika. So I'll not want to say much, but kindly, we have avenues to communicate. It doesn't need to get to what we saw in the recent past. So if anyone has an issue, kindly, let's address it formally. This is a 5 billion scheme now. Alafu tuanze makelele. What happens? So with those few remarks, I'll say asanteni kwa kunisikiza, but kindly, let's always check what is being shared. I'll not go into the details of those figures. RBA have spoken to it. I'll not belabor the point that all that information that was alleged to be missing is in this booklet. So grab a copy. We sent a soft copy. Look at it. Ukiwa na maneno, trustees are here. You have their numbers. Call them and talk to them. Hii mambo ya kujaribu kuinua temperature ya watu, no. Hatutakubali.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. A clap for the Chair. Gift. Yes. Give answers to questions.
All right.
As brief as they can be. We are breaking for lunch before 3.
All right. So I have 3 questions that I need to respond to. One, there's a member who has mentioned the issue of nomination of beneficiary. So I do not wish to assume that this is for everyone. And the reason I'm saying that is recently we were in a meeting and 2 trustees were actually having the same query. And I logged into the system immediately and checked, and it was okay. So my guidance on this will be that if you have this challenge, kindly forward it to through the trust secretary or any of the trustees so that we attend to your specific issue. One thing we realized that some members, and actually it's not only this scheme, even other schemes have the same queries, that some of us would wish to update that document or that information on the portal, which is not possible, noting that an NOB document is a legal document. Some members would actually upload it, and they would wish, immediately they upload, they would wish to see the numbers changing, which may not be the case. So for all the members who have that challenge, kindly feel free to reach out so that we are able to support you. Our desire is that your records are 100% updated. Second question on the historical data, Nicholas Muli, you know, your comment was scary to me. You said when you have to transit. I do not wish that we get to that level. Our desire is to give you the best service, and that is always what we strive. But as you say, that time eventually must come, even if it's after very many years. Just to give you comfort, Nicholas, I know that we've been sharing this statement. Allow me, Trustee Lambert, I don't know that you're in the house, but allow me to mention your name. Trustee Lambert left the board, but he can confirm to you that the first report was shared to the board even before the current chair and the board came. We did that within a span of less than 1 year when we took that scheme. But again, the trustees needed to take time to ensure that they are making the right decision. And there was a lot of discussions. Even the regulator was actually involved. And that's when now we came to, even a resolution was done, and now you have your statement. So just to give you comfort that that was done promptly. So in case that time comes in future, which I do not pray it comes, please be sure that the statements will be available, readily available. That's why what we did, we have shared with you your statement from the first day you started contributing to date. All those statements are shared. In case there is any member who does not have that statement, kindly feel free to reach us or through the trustees so that we give you the statement. Now, there is a third question. I don't know how we'll handle it. MC, it's on the calculation of interest. There is a member who wanted me to demonstrate how interest is calculated. Let me be honest and tell you that that one I will have to get flip chart here and a pen to demonstrate, and it can take a minimum of 30 minutes. But let me try to summarize the principle. I know most of us, when we got our statements, we took the interest and applied on the balance, and we expected to get the 19%. That is not how it works. The way interest is calculated actually starts from the monthly deduction that is made on your payslip, which is sent to the scheme. Once they are sent to the scheme, we check how much are you contributing in terms of the tax allowable limits. Now, let me use the 20,000 because the 30,000 limit will take effect this year, January. For all those members who contribute into the scheme, employee plus employer plus AVC, if your contribution was less than 20,000, that amount is exempted from pay at payroll level. It comes into the scheme without being subjected to tax. But when it gets into the scheme, at the point that you come to access your dues before you hit 50, the amount that was not subjected to tax will now be subjected to tax when you're accessing. But that was again given a tax relief of 60,000 per year, up to a limit of 10 years. But again, I know that position has actually changed. When we are doing interest allocation, we do it on a time-weighted basis, where Duke does the investment, he gives the scheme 900 million to be given to all the members. When we get that figure, we have to deduct all the scheme expenses so that we get what is supposed to be distributed to you. Now, your fund is distributed into what we call registered portion and the unregistered portion. Whatever was exempted from pay at payroll level, it forms the registered portion of the fund. For all the members, for all the time we've contributed into the scheme. Whatever was more than 20,000 that was subjected to tax at payroll level, when it comes into the scheme, it is called the unregistered portion, or we call it non-tax exempt. If you see your statement, there are those many columns. It's called non-tax exempt portion. Now, before we allocate interest, we look at what was the tax position of the scheme. If the scheme paid 30 million to KRA as tax, that 30% will not be borne by all the members, because not all the members had their contribution above 20,000. Okay? So that 30,000 expense will only be taken care of by the members who were contributing more than 20,000, which then will be deducted at investment level.
Thanks, Gift.
Yeah, so
make it brief.
Please allow me, I know Chair will have member education session. I request that we give these.
Yes, the question was asked by Yvonne Wanambiro, and we did not ask in this forum.
Yes.
That's why some members are asking.
All right.
What the response to which question?
Okay.
Let's proceed. Take 2 minutes.
All right.
Especially to those who rose in the plenary and asked questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
So do I proceed on that response?
Kindly proceed.
Okay.
Yes.
So once now we have the 30% tax deducted on those members who are contributing the unregistered portion, it will be distributed to them separately under that portion. Then the registered portion of the interest will now be allocated on a time-weighted manner to all the members, because at least every member contributes at least something less than 20,000. And that's why we declare, we normally have two interest, registered and the unregistered. I wish time would allow so that I can have a flip chart here to demonstrate in terms of figures. But as I said, for you to understand that concept well, maybe we'll give it more attention during member education, even if it means just only demonstrating that particular concept so that members can get how the interest is actually distributed for pension. Yeah.
Tell me you are done.
Yes.
Have you answered all the concerns?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I'll ask Duke to come in. Be as brief as you can, but we want to satisfy members who took their time to ask questions. Najua time inaisha, mturuhusu tu kidogo. Mr. Integrity, vote of thanks. Sijui itakuwaje na wewe ni mtu huko na ushauri. 1 minute. But we will take response from Duke and lastly from Fred.
Yeah, thank you. I think there were around 3 questions that were asked by the members around investments. I think I will start with offshore investments. I think the question was around offshore has been performing negatively, right? Why do we have more allocated to it? And maybe we look at your financials. For 2023, the return that we got from offshore was 72%. 2023. 2024, it came down to around 3%. And the reason why it came down to 3% instead of 20%, it's because the shilling appreciated by 17%. Okay? Actually, the mutual funds in the last 2 years have really performed well. This year, more or less, they will do well. We do expect that. I think the thinking around allocating more to offshore than other risky assets is around the historical performance of offshore mutual funds. If you compare local equities for the last 15 years against offshore investments, local quoted equities, the return for the last 15 years is 6%. 6. Even if you saw 50-something last year, the average for the last 15 years is 6%. Offshore investments is around 15%. So that's why we are more or less allocating more to offshore investments in the long term. And kindly members, we look at this in the long term, not in the short term. If we had this discussion last year, there's a very high chance some of you would have even voted Nikwe 1 term as a fund manager. But because, again, we are long-term in nature, that's why I gave you that graph showing the last 15 years, your weighted return each year for the last 15 years is 10.42. Even if you get a low return 1 year, it will more or less be replaced by a good return in the subsequent year. So the question around, will we continue getting the same return that we saw last year? The answer is no. Sawa? The answer is no. You are not going to get another 30% because that was nearly 30% on the mark-to-market side. It's cycles, we normally see that every 5 years happening. I think the last one we had just before, after a post-election violence, that's when we had a return of 37%. But in the previous year, during post-election, it was negative 10%. So if you wait out for the negative performance in the market, then you will gain on that flat curve, okay? The other point I wanted to more or less comment on is on government bonds, which more or less responds to another question around how do you ensure that you don't get that negative performance. So in 2023, December, I think, RBA came with regulation around distributing, not distributing unrealized gain or losses of treasury bonds. I was in another session, one person asked me, wacha kutudanganya, bonds cannot make a loss. So we all know bonds can make losses. It's just yes. There are those who believe they cannot make losses, right? Okay? I want to do a simple calculation here. Chukua tu karamu na karatasi. Sasa niwapeleke class. Mumeniforce. And the reason why we have allocated more than 60% of your fund in government bonds. So just right there, bond X, 100 shillings, 12%. So today we have bought a bond at 100 shillings. That is the price at the Nairobi Securities Exchange. It's at auction, 12%. Now, assume next week, interest rates have gone up. Okay, right there in that bond, right 5 years, just next to the 5 years, okay? Now, 1 year from today, government says they don't have money, they want to come to the market, they want to entice us, they issue
A 4-year bond. Remember, that's a 5-year bond, right? So next year it will be a 4-year bond. So next year the government issues a 4-year bond at 15%. Okay? Right? Bond B. 100. 15%. Now the question, I will come back to you, to members, to the membership and ask. The first bond that I bought last year, where will I price it? Will it be still at 100 or 90? It will be less. Why? Because if I wanted to sell that bond, I can't sell it at 100 because at 100, there's a bond at 15%. So if I need to sell this bond today, I have to sell it at a discount. So I will price the new bond, the first bond that I bought, at 90. Okay? So when I'm coming to report to the members, and when it comes to income distribution before 2023 December, I used to tell members that you have lost 10 shillings off that bond, even if I'm not sold it. Are we together? So the other example, example 3. You are buying a bond, interest rates have gone down to 8. Okay? So it's year 4, 4 years remaining. Let's do 3 years so that it's more or less 3 years. That bond, it's at 8%. Now the first bond that I bought, if I wanted to sell it, will I sell it at a loss or at a profit? Profit. I'll sell it at, let's say, 110. That's what we call unrealized gain. But because 90% of the time we don't sell bonds, RBS said, instead of taking members through this cycle of leo iko juu, leo iko chini, leo iko juu, leo iko chini, for specifically bonds, the other securities you can apply, equities and offshore. But for bonds, do not distribute unrealized gain or losses. So that will assist us in ensuring we also don't get a big negative if markets are not performing well. Have I explained it like I should be explaining it? Is that okay? Asante.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Last set of answers from Fred. Make it a minute, brother. Make it a minute.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll respond to 2 questions. One concern, I think, was from our member, Karaoke, who talked about guaranteed funds. And I wish to confirm that the IPS that has been filed with the regulator has the following asset classes. We have government securities at 68.5%, offshore at 10%, equities at 15%, cash at 0.5%, fixed deposit at 5%, and corporate bonds at 1%. So at no point have we actually considered allocating guaranteed funds. These are the asset classes in our IPS. Another question was about if at all we'll have the IPS fixed for the next 3 years. I'll say no. The IPS review is based on the market forces. If at all any opportunity presents itself, then the Board of Trustees will actually engage other experts to actually take in those gains. Because at the end of the day, what we want is to have a balance between the risks and return. So if at all any opportunity presents itself, as a board, we'll do it in good faith for the benefits of the members. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Trustee Fred Mayoga, the chief expert that we have. He does some amazing job. Wakati mwingine members, before I ask Ndugu Sembele aje, there was a concern, was it addressed? Because you'll come for, you'll come for a vote of thanks, but I think Gift will be, I do not want you to speak now, Gift, but I'm just reminding him that he's making a vote of thanks and if his matter was addressed. Wakati mwingine wakati tunasoma hii kitabu, there are some things that I have to tell you honestly, that last the other financial year, ukiangalia kwa column ya audit, there was no meeting by the committees. Are you happy about it? There was no meeting, zero. And then we praise audits. Committee lazima zikutane. Wakati mwingine tukilala kidogo, hata hii mwaka tusipofanya meeting ndo tuwapendeze. Tuseme audit wasikutane, kutakuwa na kitu. Wewe mnisikie, mimi ni Lomeri, nimeongea kama mimi. Tusilinganishe timu ambayo inafanya kazi na timu ambayo ilikuwa labda iko busy. Look at the meetings. If there was a zero audit committee meeting last year, unajua audit committee inafanya nini? Inamulika hesabu. So do we celebrate because there were less meetings and zero audit meetings? Hiyo ni maswali tu tujiulize. We can reduce the meetings, even I believe in the coming year, because when we got something from the regulator akatuambia lazima muweke hii, ukiona ile complied. Na mkumbuke nilisema hatukuwa hata na muhuri. This year tunaweza fanya mkutano mingi. Last year kulikuwa na elections mbili. There is a year that there are activities. But if activities are giving yield and they can be explained, tukubali. Lakini wakati ambapo hakuna pia mikutano, so that members walalamike, tusikue pia comfortable, muulize, hii committee mnatakikana mfanye mkutano baada ya mwezi 3. What happened? Those are the hard questions that will take us forward. But we appreciate all concerns. We appreciate all concerns, and that's why we have taken even longer. Tumevumilia njaa, ndo tuulize maswali na tujibu. I wish we had more time. But because of this, before I ask Bwana Integrity aje, first I would like to appreciate all our service providers and partners who have come today. I would like to appreciate the entire membership who have turned up in big numbers, both in person and online. I would also like to appreciate Administrator Gift and the team. For the first time, of course, compared to last year, tumepata RBA wamekuja. I think we should be inviting you for learning sessions and member education forums. Bwana Kabiru, much appreciation. Of course, fund manager, thanks so much. Our sign language interpreter, thank you. There are committees that I would like members of the ad hoc committee to prepare the AGM, chaired by Lomeri, and of course we have Jackie and Chris. We appreciate, and of course other support teams. The person who designed the logo, designing our website, and Ideal Sounds who are handling the visuals and sounds today. Before I give to Sembele, Bwana Integrity simama, tunafunga mkutano. We have lunch cards, token cards that will be given by Trustee Penina. Make sure that you have as we go. As we go for the meals, let us continue with conversations. Na tuulize maswali, tuongee, ili tuweze kujadiliana kwa pamoja. There's a link for members' responses which will be, I believe this is a survey, SPS survey. Members, kuna survey ambayo inatumanwa, kwa hivyo ishatumanwa tayari because others are not logged in. Ukipata, find some time to respond. It is your feedback. Is about 2 minutes. There is a link, is a survey, SPS survey. Yes, there's a survey that has been sent to your emails. Please find time to respond to it. As we have our dinner together, it is our day. Let us continue the conversations. We do not wish to gag anyone, to engage. The more we converse and engage positively, we will move forward. Who comes first? Gift, were you saying something? Vote of thanks.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Bwana Lomeri. Yeah, the trustees have chosen me to give a vote of thanks because those who are nearing retirement have kind words to say. In integrity, we say it is, take it home. Persons of high integrity or rather, let me begin this way. Persons of low integrity are always guided by the law. They just require the law to guide them. In the absence of the law, trouble everywhere. But persons guided by higher powers, higher integrity, will always do the right things, with or without the law. We are a highly regulated country. RBA, all these teams, they know. Our laws, the only thing we have not legislated is the quantity of air to take in and out, because that one comes from God. But the rest, thank you very much. I'll just cluster everyone, I mean all of us into three. The trustees, no, but first God. We want to thank God that we are alive. He has given us an opportunity to work in GDC. He has given us an income that we can discuss it and discuss over. We really thank God. There are others. Sorry. There are others, of course. You see, I put on this jacket because, you know, in Macharia, nakosa tu bakora peke yake sasa. Na sabi when I saw the bakora put there. Yeah. There are other Kenyans who don't have the opportunity we have. So we really thank God. Next, let me summarize and cluster all our experts. I may not name all of them. The RBA team, our fund managers, or fund manager. Who else? The auditor, the custodian. Yes? The administrator. The bank is the custodian, isn't it? Yes. We are quite knowledgeable. You see, all these people, why they are asking so many questions is because people have fairly high financial literacy in GDC. See, tungechipikia tamagobi kidogo. Yes, it's a testament that we are somewhere good. We are somewhere good in financial literacy. So, to all our experts, custodians, we really want to thank you. You are part of this family. You have discharged your duties faithfully. And we request you continue being part of this family, even in your discussions. Wherever you will be in your offices, always say kind words about us. We are very good people. As a family, we can exchange 1, 2, 3, but tukirudi ofisini, ilikuwa kasi. Whatever we ask one another here, that was part of the duty here. Yeah, the rest, brother, sister. Now, can all of us prepare this? Tuweke maua, rembesha for all that team. Sulisikia mimi integrity. Sasa naangalia kama kila mtu anafanya hiyo. Turembeshe for that angusha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for that expertise. Now next, to our trustees. First, the outgoing, the team that was awarded. Kindly stand. Tunataka kuwarembeshea. Kindly stand. Former, yes. You served us well, engineer. Nani mwingine? Lambert ameenda. Obstruction. Okay, rembesha, engineer pokea bwana. Rembesha, angusha. Great. Now, those are engineer, the outgoing plus the standing. Now the sitting trustees. Engineer represented the former plus the standing, those who will come in future. All right? Those who will come in future. The sitting ones now. Wale wako ofisi. Simameni tafadhali. Tunataka kushukuru. Ndio tukienda, tunaenda. Chairman, will you mind facing those people? Tunataka kukurembesha kitu safi. Just face them. Hivyo. Aone hiyo bendo mzuri hiyo ya kasi. Rembesha. Turembeshe. Waida. Angusha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Bwana MC.
Nani amebaki? Okay.
Thank you very much. Was there someone to pray? Or I pray?
Utaki yangu irembeshwe?
No, takurembesha.
We opened with a prayer from us kutoka Yesu wa Nazareth, Yesu Kristo. Na tukasema ndugu Siad, because upo tufungie pia yule mtume Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Very good. Ile aya rembeshia sasa MC omba ile ya Bishop Oginda. You remember? Yes, that one, that prayer. Hiyo. Rembesha ya MC. Angusha. Thank you very much.
Where do we go? Next? Chair? We are done? Yes. Any matter gift, what do you want to say? It doesn't have a word. Ndugu Siad.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Let's pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu. Wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-sirata al-mustaqim. Sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim. Wala ad-dallin. Thank you.
Much. Amina, thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we are breaking for lunch. There are vouchers, like we said. It's served at the restaurant, Trustee Penina. Thank you for your patience and thank you for coming over. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Bye.